correct you are.
Nobody will have a clue. They'll look at it and they'll be like, "Hey, there's dice. It must be D&D."
Yep. What's that? 1 through 20. Those are the D&D numbers.
It's just we're rolling with advantage every time. That's why it's 2d20s. Ha ha.
And a bunch of house rules. Oh wait, no, that's just the regular game rules.
Every D&D game with me has house rules. I am the homebrew master.
Every D&D game is made up of house rules because the book literally is like, yeah, do whatever, I don't care.
Yeah, well, those are the best games when you throw the rules in the garbage and just have fun.
I
Yeah,
don't
but I
know.
don't appreciate paying Wizards of the Coast for a book to say do that.
I bet
Like,
that would drive certain people crazy. Like, I don't think anyone would like a game with no rules.
You can have very, very light rules. If you ever played Fate, Fate is amazing for you just say a bunch of things and then the GM's like, yeah, I think that needs like one positive.
I still have flashbacks from that time you had me play Gambler's Court, Velku, and I hate it.
Gambler's Court was totally made by just a dude, and it was a very small little indie
Lots of
project.
games are like that. Ars Magica is like that.
Ars Magica is made by a dude and his wife, so they put a lot more love into it.
Sure.
Also, Ars Magica is it's very simple. If you can get into this, you can get an Ars Magica just as quickly.
I've looked at those books and doubt.
My only true problem with Ars Magica is the formatting, that it has 3 columns instead of 2 like God intended, and it's just so off-putting to look at 3 columns.
You mean on the rule book?
Yeah, like to look at the rulebook, there are 3 columns on every page. They split it into 3 columns, and it's just awful to look at.
No, it's
Two
not.
columns is
That's the
perfect.
weirdest petty line to draw. Anyway,
Extremely petty.
can I circle around and say, hello, Armel? Do you want to do introductions or anything, or find out who these weirdos are who are talking about drugs and random RPG games we're not playing today?
I mean,
you're-
I'm in terms of my character and in terms of just like who I am.
Whatever you want. Like it's we can also introduce ourselves. You're new. We want to welcome you.
Yeah,
I
Welcome.
mean,
Welcome to the
I
game.
did. Yeah, we spoke on. I think me, Ninja, and Ian. I think spoke
A little bit.
we were
That
making
first day
characters.
when we were setting up.
Yeah. So my bad for not being there last week.
Scheduling
But,
conflicts happen.
Yep.
You got
Especially
those
with
finals.
finals week, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it happens. But I didn't get the chance to watch the VOD last time. But I think I have a general idea of what you guys did. So
cool.
All right, so I'm going to give your character a little bit of a plot hook to get you involved in the story. All right, so
Sounds good.
so tell me a little bit about what your character's background would be.
we're talking about Edric, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me think. It's been a while. Let me just. So he's from Vanaheim, a barbarian, a raider, and just basically just like your classic, just savage barbarian. And he witnessed some type of insurrection in his home tribe, and that's kind of his. From there, he's just been migrating and just sort of raiding and making his living through pillaging and stuff like that.
All right, so as a Nordheimer, you came down from the frozen north into the greener land to the south. And you probably encountered Aquilonian borderland territories along the way. Now, your character actually only speaks Nordheimer and Hyperborean, so this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. Nobody can actually understand you.
Oh wait, really?
Yeah.
Probably sort of. I mean, we can keep it that way.
So that'll be interesting. That might be one of the first skills you'll want to pick up is like a language skill to learn how to speak Aquilonian, which is sort of like the common language of the land here where you're in.
Mm.
But this will be fun. So you'll be like the big angry Nord that nobody can quite understand. You'll have to do sign language and communicate with symbolism, pictures that you
Yeah.
draw on the ground.
You can only carry so many signs.
Yeah.
All right. So as you were traveling, you're gonna fall in with a group of people that they were from the north as well. Other raiders, and you got to have like a little gang that you were traveling with for a time. You didn't know them for a long time, but they were moving southward, and they brought you pretty far to the south here, when suddenly there was an ambush, and a bunch of these angry like red-haired like barbarians come screaming out of the woods with these clubs, and they're some of them are like painted blue, and they're wearing like these like bear skins with the bear's head for a helmet. And so they look real savage, and they come screaming out of the woods, and they club everybody in the head, knocking them all unconscious. And so everybody is captured, and you're being taken. And you can't understand the language of these people. They're speaking a dialect you don't understand, and there's a bunch of them, like a whole lot of them. And they're bringing your group to the southwest, so even further south, and you're traveling for a period of time further in that direction, when suddenly you get an opportunity to escape, and you're running towards with the sound of flowing water, and you cross a bridge, and you enter into what looks like some farmland, and there's some people here. But it looks like the site of a battlefield, as if like a terrible battle happened. There's pieces of bodies everywhere, and all the nearby farmhouses are on fire.
I just smell the ashes, and I'm like, I think I'm close.
All right, so you're gonna pick up in that little circle right there on the map in the corner where you're approaching the farmhouse.
Oh wait, 1 second. I DM'd you something.
All right. There you go.
You want to find a token for yourself? There's tokens in these bags over here.
Quite a few to
you
pick
have
from.
your camel.
How do I ping a location?
You can use tab.
Yeah, over here. You want to search through them and find yourself one?
Alright, just loading in. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, loading in there as well.
You can also use the F keys to navigate between the different tool types. So F4 is the line and pinging tool. So I can like click to ping, and I can hold to draw a line. So F1 is the regular interact one, F2 is the drawing lines tool, F3 is the invisible box tool.
How do I save camera positions?
You want to use Control 1 to save the position, and then Alt 1 to zip back to it. So then you'd go to a second location, like you find a spot, maybe you want to like look at one of the rules. You'd like Control 2 to save the camera there, and then you can do Shift 1 and Shift 2 to jump between the two cameras you saved. So
Okay.
Control,
Oh, it's Shift 1, not Alt 1.
yeah, sorry, I misspoke. So it's Control to save it, Shift to use it.
Gotcha.
Alright, so where do I go from here?
From here, I'm gonna promote you.
Oh wow. Scale it past. Oh no. I'm so sorry.
You
I'm
did
hitting.
thing.
I am hitting down, and it did not go down.
You did the thing.
I
the
did the
jumbo
thing.
horse. All right, so this is tricky. So the horse, because it was imported as like a really gigantic file, we have to use the gizmo tool, which is like F8. Under F8, it's got a couple options. It's either got like volume scale or a regular scale. So if I click regular scale and it's already at the minimum 0.25, I can actually manually change that to like 0. What's a good one? 0.09 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then I'll copy that into the X and the Y and the Z, and now it's a teeny tiny horse.
Yeah, that works. Thank you. I'm sorry. I caused a problem. Thank you for fixing it.
Yeah, it's
You're
still kind of huge, but whatever.
It works. Elva's huge. Elva is huge, so she needs a huge horse.
So then I can use like the volume scale, and with the volume scale, I can grab the little anchor points and change it along any of the individual axes.
Squat horse. A Shetland pony.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Little Highland ponies with unshorn fetlocks riding gloriously into battle.
Exactly.
Oh.
Thank you for fixing that mess, GM.
All right. So, Armel, you need
Yep.
to pick a color.
Are you gonna leave the horse fat like that?
It's fine. It works.
Pick a
Reminds me
color,
of
any color.
Horse I saw at the rodeo. I don't know what breed that was.
All right. You're gonna be red.
Oh, okay. I can interact with those.
All right. So you're gonna get one of these boards. Is this the one that's not being used yet? Over here.
I think so. I don't think anyone has that.
All right.
Yeah, that's the one that's not being used.
So over here where I'm pinging, this is gonna be your character sheet. And how many of these fortune points do you start with?
One sec.
Probably 3. That's the default is 3.
I know by default I started with 2 last time and I got one that I don't think I used by the end of the session. Do I have 3 this time or do I start with 2 again because it's a new session?
All right, so new session. I don't think you lose ones if you had extra. If you had less than your default, you would default to your default.
Okay. Thank you. Then I have the appropriate amount.
Yeah, I have 3 by the way.
All right.
Is there a way I can like import my thing in here, or do I have to redo the entire sheet?
I think we've been entering them manually. If you want,
Yeah.
you can easily read them off because this sheet doesn't roll for you. You roll from the little treasure boxes in front of you. If you see the 3 in front of your plate,
Yeah.
yeah, you can roll from anywhere, I guess. When you're highlighting it, if it shows you a red button, you click on it a number of times in succession to get like 2, 3, 4, 5 dice. Then it will roll it and tell you what you got.
Yeah.
So very good automation.
So, what do I do? Okay. Why is my thing red now?
No, I color tinted it.
Oh,
Is it too
You can
red? I
differentiate.
could dial it down if it's too red.
no, that's alright. I thought I did something wrong. Okay.
Yeah, so this sheet here is mostly for convenience. Like, it's a quick reference. So, like, if you refer to your, like, web sheet and you see you've got, like, a certain number, you could, like, dial it in when you're using it. But this is mostly, like, as a backup.
Mhm.
But also, this one is editable, which your, like, regular PDF isn't unless you have Acrobat. So that could be an issue. And the neat thing about this is the combat dice are taken care of properly by this thing. You can see that
So
it's got
all I would need to do is just like pick one of these chests, and then it would roll it for me.
So it's got 3 dice. It's got this one is your hit location. These are your combat dice over on the left, and these are your d20s. So you roll like 2 d20 normally.
Yeah. Okay. It's been a minute since I read it, but I think I do.
Velku, color your sheet pink. Join us. One of us.
Color.
Color
One of
coding.
us.
It's
Just
Hang on.
right click it.
sort of peach. It's pretty close.
Color tint.
Right click it and then color.
Oh, okay, hang on. That tint is not the best. Apply?
There you go.
I don't know if that's pink. No, it's more of a red. That's a
Wow,
weird-
that's hot. That is hot rod pink.
All right. Did anybody else?
And what is it called? Hot magenta.
Did anybody else add fortune? Because for every fortune that you add, I'm gonna add some doom.
Add fortune. What?
I
well,
had 3s.
Like I said earlier, when you start a session, if you had less fortune than your default, you would get your default amount. And he just got here, so he got 3, so I added some doom for the 3 that he got.
Nope, I've got the 3 that I got.
All right.
I'm
I
good.
had 2 because I had 1 less than I usually start with.
Wait, are you saying you get free Doom anytime fortune is added?
At the beginning of the session, yeah.
Oh,
GM's gotta move the world along, man. He needs the currency for it.
Yes.
Okay,
I
so
believe GM
if
gets-
your default is 3 and you were at 2, you get 1 more, and I'll get 1 more too.
I cannot get it to be like a pink color at all.
that is pink. All of the things.
That is That is loudly pink.
That is
Wow.
Is pink?
So
Looks-
there's colored lighting going on too, so I can probably here. If I go into the
Yep.
lighting and I make the lighting less pink, it might be more obvious to you. So now it's sort of
Oh, that is better.
default
There we go.
white lighting, and now it looks really pink, right?
Yes, wonderful. Okay.
That's straight up pink.
Anytime you got two different colors of light, it's going to give you a little bit of a blend. Like if I go to sort of a greenish tint, you can see how that's going to change everybody's color.
Now you
But-
see, I'm only working with half my eyes, so I didn't think pink would be such a hard color to see, though.
Yeah, that is weird for you. For reference, Velku can't see the color blue.
Mm.
Got the
So-
old degeneration.
Well, I think there's other colors available if you want to pick something different.
He should
No,
be
no,
able to
it's
see pink, and he picked pink. That's on him.
All right.
Yeah, this just give me. It feels very red. It just feels very red.
Sure.
It's a light red.
Well, what does this one look like? This one looks so like crimson red to me over here.
That's a good blood color, yes.
Eh. Whereas
That's a
this
good color of
this looks like
blood.
like a rose.
One sec.
No. How dare you with rose?
Yeah, this is like pink rose.
No, that is literally hot magenta, is what
Yeah,
I believe that
well.
color can be coded as.
It's up in the hot magenta range, but it could
That
definitely
is
be.
that is in the range that cosmetics don't make it. Like you move from the Sephora aisle where normal people can get cosmetics to the costume aisle where you have to go to the Halloween store to get that color pink.
Oh my. You're bringing Halloween into this. Got real.
We faced a Shugoth last session. We can handle some Halloween nonsense.
Alright. Let's see. So we got red. I'm pink. Who is gray over here?
I am blue, and yeah, I made it blue-gray because I couldn't get the blue to read in a way that didn't hurt my eyes.
Gotcha. It looks totally gray to me. It looks like grayscale.
You can't see blue, so you're fine.
Yep.
There's a hint of blue in there.
It's blue. I like it. It's blue.
Have you ever seen those colors that the eye can't actually detect? There's like a cool thing that you can do where you like stare at one color until your eye gets like tired of seeing that color, and then you look at like the color that you can't normally see. And because your eye is already focused to the intensity of that other color, the contrast with the color that you can't normally see makes it sort of visible, but it's like this weird color that's not something you would normally ever encounter.
Oh yeah, the optical illusion thing that
Yeah, there's like
make-
there's like a super dark blue, and there's like this weird orangey red one that looks almost white.
No.
Huh.
It's,
No,
that's
I actually
interesting.
haven't seen that. I thought you were talking about a different optical illusion that makes it where you can see more subtle color differences between any color, but if it's specific, that's neat.
Yeah, there's
Armo, what's your character's name?
I believe I
Edric,
named him Edric. Yes.
Edric.
the hero of Dragon Quest.
I actually didn't know. I just generated it.
Find yourself a token.
Yeah, there's all these bags over here. Yeah, these ones.
Okay.
Just drag stuff out of the bags, like.
Or you can right click and hit search,
Correct.
and it'll pull up a render of them.
See, it has to load
so
for
it's hard to
everybody
see.
if I pull it out. Like, when I pull this out, everybody loads it, but if you right-click on it and search, then it's just, at your end, you're gonna load all of them.
Oh, I like
Yeah.
that Van Richten token.
And I can just pick one, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Be your best self. Oh god.
I mean,
Oh no. Oh, assets. Oh. Oh, okay, there we go. Let's crash. Whew, thank goodness.
These are Hero Forge imports. They're kind of hefty, so they do take a minute to load all the textures and the 3D.
I'm glad someone put that thing to good use.
I like Hero Forge. It's pretty good. It's just like overpriced.
Yeah, that was my problem. I was like, I never buy anything from there. Just kit bash a bunch of other minis that you can buy.
One of my players got obsessed with it, and he has like 2 subscriptions to it, so he has twice as many tokens per month.
That's a bit much.
I know, right? But then he can just come in here and he can import all his figurines and share them, so it's like kind of worth it.
Yeah. Now Oh, the internet is wonderful because there's never been a better way and time to share everything.
Oh, these are Dark Sun. I just realized. Okay, never mind.
Well, I figured I'd pull these bags out because these are all humans, so they could all be useful.
Dark Suns would make very good barbarian-looking characters, I imagine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That is true.
I love Dark Sun.
The main antagonists in this so far have been the Picts. And the Picts are very barbaric, very tribal. Cave dwellers.
They're pretty good at structural engineering, however.
Mm. There's sort of like a weird contrast in my head because, like, they're basically like the Scottish Highlanders, but they're dark-skinned troglodytes that live in caves. So it's like there's definitely some weird inconsistency between the real world and what the fantasy version of the Picts are.
Immediately as dark-skinned troglodytes. That's a super confusing one.
Well, it's like 10,000 BC, so it's like super long in the ancient remote past.
Can I just say I love Alejandro? Whoever this is, why are they so small? I love them though.
Where? Oh, yeah, he's teensy. Is that one of the
Alejandro
animated
looks
ones?
like Solid Snake.
Yeah, this one's cool because it's animated.
I was waiting
Yeah.
for the load, and then I just realized it was a cube. Nice.
And yes, my strangeness about the being a troglodyte and being dark-skinned. Troglodyte means you physically live in a cave in the darkness.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, that's the idea. See, they have refused all attempts at civilization. The Aquilonians show up, and they're sort of like the Roman or Greek army, and they're trying to spread their civilization to the world. But you got the barbarian tribes. You've got the Hyperboreans, which are basically the Russians. You've got the Cimmerians, which are sort of the Germanic barbarians. You've got the Nordheimers, which are sort of your Scandinavian Viking barbarians. All of them, they're opposing the Aquilonians. They're sort of opposed to the civilization that the Aquilonians are imposing on the rest of the world.
Armel, I don't want to rush you, but I really want to play this game.
Yeah, my bad. I've just been. It's
Well, you
taking
guys-
me a minute to load
You
this
guys
in.
can start. You have your setting. You are where you left off. You just defeated the horrible monstrosity that probably fell from outer space. The girl that you rescued, Rowana, is still unconscious, laying across your saddle. All of her family is in pieces, dead, possibly on
Scattered
fire
around
in the
here.
houses.
And you know what? I was actually curious. Could I use the gilded talent to look at Rowana and see what kind of significant value she would have, considering that we're going to probably be taking her with us?
You can tell
Um,
right away that she's got no valuable things on her, but she could probably make an alright slave. You could sell her for a few coins.
No, I mean, I guess, yeah, that would be a tricky way to determine. Like, if she has a skill or something, but if she's unconscious and there's no way to test that, like, yeah, that would make sense.
Depending on
Lord.
the culture you come
My bad.
from, they may or may not be really, really, really into slavery.
Yes, Ophir, so pretty much into slavery.
I don't know too much about the Ophir civilization. Did you read any of the background on it?
Yeah, a bit of it. It's supposed to be based off of Light Malta. So right away we're talking seafaring, and almost everywhere seafaring is also highly into slaves because seafaring slavery is extremely popular. There's your bit of piracy, there's your bit of high architectural relevance, especially looking at new technologies. Otherwise, a pretty decent civilization that needs a lot of bodies to perform all the duties that no of the civilized folk want to perform.
Okay, so his character is approaching. What does your character look like, Armel?
Well, I've got. Well, actually, I can tell you exactly. I have on me a shield, a broadsword, throwing axe, and I'm wearing like a mail vest and helmet. And just with me is like a small animal, like a donkey or something that I claimed in a raid.
Okay,
And
I'm gonna kind of
basically,
flag you down.
What color is your donkey?
uh, like light brown. I don't know what.
Oh, this matters. We've had entire wars over donkey colors.
Sure, my bad.
All right, here's
Shoes,
one light
hair.
brown donkey. Did you figure out
Yeah,
which figurine
like-
you're gonna use?
Um, for now, I guess I'll just use this. I'll use this for now. Although it's not the same race, but whatever.
You can keep searching. In the meantime,
That's a bit too big.
we'll just put something to mark where your location is. All right. Well, he looks menacing. This enormous, demonic-looking barbarian rides in on a tiny brown donkey.
I love it.
Might not be as good to size, but whatever.
We can make it smaller.
All right.
There we go.
The plus and minus keys will resize things, but don't use it on the horse or the donkey. If you resize your donkey, things will go real bad.
Yeah, you get what I did earlier.
There you go.
Good old horse explosion.
Okay, so as you approach, you're gonna see me first. My character is a noble wearing fine silken clothes that are way too beautiful for me because I am an ugly, lanky man who has a beard and a mustache and goatee. And I'm gonna wave you down as I see you out there.
I kind of suspiciously look over and just wave back. Apprehensively, I guess. So how do
I'm gonna say something in a language you don't understand.
Alright. I don't understand you.
Then I'm gonna do the come here motion with my arms.
Alright, I apprehensively just kind of walk over with the donkey.
All right. You're going to have to move around these craters here. So, a little bit of background on what happened recently. There was a comet flying overhead, a red streaking comet. For weeks and weeks, up in the sky in the night. And then suddenly, just this last night, the comet crashed to the earth and landed in the Pictish wilderness, off in the mountains where the Pict caves are. And it crashed with a tremendous roar, splitting the sky and raining these fragments of the asteroid just raining down all across the countryside along the river. There's like a river valley near the mountains where the Picts live. And so this is one of the farms that had some of those like cometary fragments rain down and leave craters all over the place.
I've heard about a comet, but I would never guess that it would hit such a desolate place.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's just go through the debris.
I'm gonna look at you and say, "What brings you here?"
I just start, well, first I just say in like my normal tongue, like, what happened here? Who goes there?
Can I determine what language he's using?
Make a lore test.
Lore or linguistics?
Yeah, linguistics is probably more accurate.
Let me see. Linguistics is what?
Under intelligence.
Intelligence.
Intelligence. Okay, it's not a great roll for me, but that's okay.
So I realize that you don't really understand what I'm saying, and I just kind of motion, do some type of hand sign.
That's
I
at
have
least one
one
success.
I have one success.
Alright, so then you kind of understand me, like my mumbled whatever.
Well, no,
You've heard enough Nordheimer to recognize the language a little bit.
Yeah.
okay, in that case, in my personal library, is it possible that I have a dictionary that to Nordheim, English to Nordheim?
I doubt it. No.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
we probably forgot it back at Stygia.
If your character was more of a linguist, if you had some of the talents, I'd say yeah, but probably not.
yeah. Okay. Um. Well, I got nothing.
Augustus
Well,
does just give a side eye to the Count and tell him that, at least just from appearances, this is another one of the more barbarous of our friends. Possibly we should let Alba deal with them.
And to give some description to Augustus and Alva, if I may, Velku. Uh, Augustus is the guy riding a donkey named Mjolnir, over there, walking up to Count. Both he and the Count are well dressed.
Oh yeah, and I'm on a camel. I forgot to tell you, I'm riding a camel.
oh, okay, all of you guys from mountains then.
Yep.
Yep.
Augustus
I think they
is,
come standard.
just from looking at him, he is modestly dressed. You might recognize him as possible someone of the cloth, or possibly just slightly more well kept than the extra poor people, if that makes sense.
Right.
But not highly done up.
Like the merchant class.
Very close,
Alright,
yeah, around
alright,
merchant
so-
class. Yes.
Merchants have that nice middle ground between nobility and the common folk.
Yes. Just above.
And
Right.
as Augustus motioned to maybe it's best to leave this to Alva, he would probably gesture behind him to this giant lady back here, who is trying to secure an unconscious child on the back of a horse.
She's like a sack
Look.
of potatoes just draped over it.
Yep.
She's
Wait,
zonked
what?
out.
I quietly say to myself, "Oh, I see. I understand what this is."
Raiding and
I know a
pillaging.
raid when I see one.
You're very familiar with raiding and pillaging.
Aren't we all?
What a scene of carnage. These must be powerful raiders.
Yeah. You seem like mighty folk of barbarous stock as well.
Well,
Except
at least
for-
Alva will fit that bill.
You
Oh,
might
yeah.
think they're very dangerous if they tore all of these people apart. Like this guy, like 15 feet in front of you, doesn't even have like any meat on his bones anymore.
Yeah, these guys got their flesh vaporized. These just got puddled.
Delicious.
It's been a day for this far.
Well, we
I-
can't communicate with it. Should we kill it?
You'll hear Elva pipe up behind you of, that's not an it, it's a person, regardless of whether their language is regardless of whether we speak the same language or not.
Wow, day one
Exact-
PK.
Exactly. Now, do forgive me if I do so say, but since we're already going to be heading back to town and we already have one person in tow, we probably don't need another. They don't speak our language though, which means they are a little more persuasive to, you know, change their freedom for not freedom in exchange for coin for us.
What if he's with the Picts?
No, I don't think he's with the Picts. He's something about it's just different. I want to say he hasn't eaten the horse that's beside him.
He's a lot taller and his skin is a lot lighter than the average Pict. He also doesn't have quite as much of a forehead, and he's probably got braided hair. The Nordheimer tradition, very, very Viking classic style.
Could I try a roll or something to identify him as somebody from Vanheim? My girl's from Samaria, so she might be able to recognize somebody just a bit north of her homeland.
That'd be a lore check. Or possibly a warfare check, because the Sumerians and
Yeah,
the-
it's
and
not
the
the best
Nords-
history, but I'll take that.
they've had many a skirmish.
Hey,
Uh,
history's history.
I will take a warfare check happily. Let me get this working right. None of those are successes. I don't know what I was trying. No, wait, they both are. I can't read. I apologize.
Yeah, remember
Anyway,
this is like a low rolls win, so 3 and 5 is good.
yeah, both those, two successes.
Okay, so you can actually recite like actual battle tactics that were used in several conflicts between the Nords and the Sumerians that have happened within your lifetime, probably.
I was probably involved in a couple of the gruesome ones of those. In which case, I would just point blank tell these two finer dressed, more talky gentlemen in front of us that he's a Nord, probably of a fearsome breeding stock from the looks of it.
Ah, Augustus claps his hands together and says, "That's excellent then. I know exactly how to deal with these people." And he pops one gold coin up into his fingers, almost practice-like, and he slaps his chest a few times and says, "Pay you, follow me."
All right,
I'm gonna
Edric. He offered you money. What do you say?
So I didn't quite understand what he said, but I said, I kind of say to myself, I know people like you. I used to trade people like you, but right now I'm not in the best of conditions. So
I put a finger up to stop everybody for a second. Then I reach into my saddlebags and I pull out one of the star metal pieces and I walk over and I hand it to you. I offer it to you. Like I put it out on my hands and kind of bow down a little bit.
I take the gesture and I bow back and I say, kind of like with understanding, okay, I see how this is going to go. And I just
So
kind of bow.
you take the
Yeah.
star metal.
Yeah, I take it and I say, okay, all right, fine, I'll be your slave or whatever for the rest of the duration.
Wow. Agreeable.
You
I
can
mean,
also just be a mercenary. We don't have to jump straight to slavery.
oh, okay.
It's
That's
like
all
you
he
gave me
understands, so
you gave me a shiny rock. I will be indebted to you for the rest of my life.
I no longer have freedom. It's fine.
Shiny rock is all. All right, cool.
basically, all right.
All right, well that could work. I mean, the star medal might be like a sacred object.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for.
Also, mechanically in game, you can use it to make like a super cool weapon.
Well, someone can make it into a cool weapon for you.
Yeah, if you have the skill, you need to be a really skilled blacksmith with a really hot forge.
Just wondering how to do that. Okay. So I
Well-
just get on my donkey. I'm like, all right, where are we off to?
Let's go before we lose the chance to get more star metal. We need to get to the rest of those fragments that fell.
We need to get to town first.
Alright, agrees. We are heading towards town, and now we have a stowaway.
So
We
I'll
are,
remind
two-
you that it is dark nighttime.
Yes, but we're on a time crunch. We're going to town now.
The only light is the burning houses around you.
Do we got any moon or anything like that? Or no, it's only.
Yeah, it has been the full moon for the past like tonight.
hours.
Tonight was the full moon, and it's now like going away from full moon.
Do I have a torch?
Probably.
Okay, I light my torch and say, "Let's go."
If you
And
don't, you can easily make one from materials that are available here.
Mhm.
Okay. And then,
Rips off a
Fire's
chunk
right
of
here.
burning house.
Yeah, it's perfect.
I'll take the lead on my camel and start marching towards the fort.
Okay, you head north from the farm, and you're traveling across open countryside under the moonlight. You make pretty good time moving between the trees and through fields. Occasionally, you'll hit a farmer fence. Your animals are probably not going to be good at jumping over fences, so you're probably going to have to take some detours around. Do you want to go left or right to get around the fence?
Which
Left.
way looks better?
Either way is the same. Hard to tell.
Left.
It is dark. We'll go left.
Okay,
Left it is.
you go left.
Following the leader. Right into a pit.
The huge.
Yeah!
All right. You travel around the fence, and you find an opening, and then you travel to the north. You're approaching the fort, and as you get closer and closer, you can hear the sounds of a tremendous battle going on, like an intense fight.
And this is at Fort Tusculin, or is it a random settlement somewhere?
Let me shrink this board away.
Well, now you've made a mess.
A little bit.
That's half the game.
Okay, so here's the fort, and you guys were traveling through here.
Yep.
And up ahead, there's smoke. You can smell it. You can smell the smoke of something that's been burning recently. You haven't gotten to town just yet, but you can hear the sounds of battle up ahead. Like, you come around the bend and you look over the ridge, you're probably going to see the site of the fort, but the sounds of battle are pretty intense up ahead.
Why is it such a festive night? I think we could safely avoid all of this, yes? It's definitely not our fault.
It's the entire fort. I don't know where you think you're going to stay for the night if they're not here.
Yeah, you're the one who's been wanting to come here. How do I turn this back right side up? Somebody turned it bad, and I don't know how to flip it.
F for flip.
Ah.
That's a lot easier.
And yes, Augustus does say, well, I think if we came here earlier, it probably would not have been on fire yet. But, you're right. We're probably going to get dragged into this too.
Cool. I'm going to, sorry, I have to cut you off. I would like to offer, or less offer, and more just take the unconscious Rowana and kind of drape her onto Augustus's horse so that I may run ahead into battle and see what's actually happening here.
Well, I'm going to actually flag you down and have you put her up on the back of a camel instead.
I'm gonna refuse and put her on the back of Augustus.
Well,
You are wearing a, like, giant boa, practically, made out of, picked scalps.
Meh.
Nah?
I said meh.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tie a child to that. Anyway,
Oh no, Apophis, who's going to pay you now?
Oh, are you saying the fort is on fire?
yes.
Well,
No.
shit.
Well, hang on. So you haven't quite gotten to the fort yet. I said you smell smoke. Do you press on into the forest around the bend?
I do.
All right.
Just follow me.
Moving ahead, you
I'll
see
follow anyone.
you see a overturned wagon. The wagon looks like it's been set on fire and burned. Much of its cargo toppled out. Some of it burned as well, but some of it might have rolled away out into the bushes and the weeds, into the trees.
Anything?
There's a horse here. The horse is dead. It's been hacked apart.
it's been hacked apart?
Yes.
Seems like someone wanted to send a message.
They cut down the horse so the wagon could not proceed.
In the cargo, is there any valuable?
All right. You dig through the remaining cargo. It looks like this was a merchant wagon. There's a large roll of silks. It probably weighs at least 30 pounds. Do you wish to take it?
Yeah, sure. I'll throw that in my saddlebag.
All right. So that's probably like, I don't know, like 3 encumbrance or something. I don't know how the measurements really like factor in, but it's heavy. It's a big trade item. It's probably worth some decent amount of coin. But many of the other rolls were badly burned and look like they will be of no value at all.
There's one bit of value I'm looking for here. Can I find any signs of the people who own this card, or are there no people around it?
You search. Strangely,
Castle.
there's nobody here. No dead bodies.
Is there a sigil or something on the cart that gives us any kind of hint?
No, there is not.
Alright. In that case, this is a victimless crime. Enjoy your silk.
So you are in a spooky patch of woods near a badly burned merchant wagon, about to go around the corner through the valley towards Fort Tusculin. But you can hear a raging battle up ahead. Do you press on?
Yes, absolutely. We need civilization.
Okay.
We need to save it.
Yes, so before pressing on and taking more of a front thing, I'm going to offload Rowana onto Mjolnir behind Augustus so that the Count and I can run ahead
No.
without
And Augustus is
bringing a child
moving
into battle.
ever so slowly.
I apologize. You're gonna do what ever so slowly?
Augustus is following you ever so slowly. He's got a sleeping child now. Can't buck too hard. Don't want to rush into that violence.
I knew you would take this job seriously.
Okay.
Yeah.
So- Let's check in a couple things real quick.
No worries.
Let me read this up. Fort Tusculin. All right. Even before you reach the fort, you can hear the ululating cries from hundreds of savage throats on the river ahead. Creeping forward, you'll see bands of dozens of painted Pictish warriors passing by them in the forest, converging on the fort. The men that you see, they're wearing like the bear skins, and they're carrying like dual bear paw clubs that make it look like their arms are as long as a bear's arms, and they walk hunched over like a bear would walk. It's very creepy looking, and so they're rushing towards the fort. Limned by flickering torchlight on the stockade walls, you can see scores, swarms, hordes, hundreds of Picts attacking the walls in fits and waves. Arrows arc over the walls into the fort. Valiant but outnumbered archers on the walls. They loose their shafts into the hordes outside. So arrows are hitting the Pictish raiders in the face, and they topple from the wall. But 3 other Pictish raiders will replace them and climb up the wall after them. And men are fighting them off. And they're falling away from the wooden walls, the palisade walls that are spiky on top. But they're not really like built for like long-term fortification. It's a temporary fort at best.
Well, that's a nightmare. Is there a way to gauge whether or not this looks like it's not just a losing battle on their part, but like if we dive in, is it a suicide mission?
It looks absolutely hopeless.
Oof.
I look over at Elba.
And she would look back to you and she would say, and she would admit she's not sure what to do here.
I think
They
we should
need
go in
help.
and fight.
So,
Mhm.
moving along the riverside of the fort, you'll see there's like several riders. And the Pictish riders, they have these full body suits on with these big masks that make them look incredibly menacing with these huge horns and all sorts of like shamanistic trinkets hanging off them, and they're waving around these enormous bladed weapons. Some of them have bows, and they're shooting into the peasants that are trying to escape. It looks like nobody's going to survive this battle. The Picts are totally overrunning the place, and the walls are falling.
I hate to say it, but this might be a time to retreat.
I'd love to say it.
We should probably get the girl somewhere safe. Let's cross the river into Pictish territory and find a good place to camp.
That sounds like the least safe thing I've ever heard in my life.
Look, the
Surely there must be another road down to another somewhere.
The Pictish are focusing their attacks here at the time being. We can take on a few raiders that we may come across in Pictish territory. But look, that comet came down in the Pictish wilderness, and we should go over there and find as much star metal as we can carry.
What are you doing with the star metal, pray tell?
Whatever I'm doing with it, someone else isn't, and that's what I'm mostly concerned with.
There's people dying here. We need to make some decision fast. We can't understand Edric to know that he suggested diving into battle. You can gesture for it, and we can get the
Alright.
meaning of it, right?
Alright, yeah, let's just I just motion with my whatever, my broadsword and my shield, and just kind of bang them together, and I say, let's go in.
That's a good way to get to Valhalla.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like a good way to die up ahead.
Yeah.
Well,
This is a good way to die in glory.
Is there a way? Could we? I don't know much about the Pix battle plan. I was wondering if there's a way we could isolate and try to find somebody who's leading this horde, and see if we could take like a more subtle, like, or not more subtle, but just a major blow to their morale to get them to curb.
Or
leader.
or I could gaze of set their leader and then give them different marching orders.
There are
Do
so
they
many
look
picks,
like-
it looks like there are numerous leaders. There's got to be at least 10 of them. The guys that are on horseback. 10 guys on horseback, and each one of them is leading several divisions of Pictish raiders that are all moving under their command.
Where-
And they're
Yeah.
spread
where
out
is
around the
Pix
fort.
coming from?
All right, then
This
my,
looks
only,
hopeless.
my last question for GM before we decide to whatever we do. The people escaping. Does anyone escaping look expensive?
Or is there anyone actually escaping?
The people here are mostly not getting away. So, in particular, you'll see, like, near the front gate of Fort Tusculum, a couple of straggling refugees that were hiding managed to, like, get out. And they take off running, but they're quickly run down by Pictish raiders who bludgeon them and just, like, knock them unconscious and then scoop them up and carry them away back into town.
Okay, so we're not doing any like horses, any carriages. No big people are getting out. They probably got out already.
It looks like the Picts like to kill the horses right away.
Oh, okay. So the town was sacked, truly and thoroughly. In that case,
Or is in
Okay.
the process of, and it doesn't look like there's anything like we could do other than dive in to die.
So we should cross the river and find a place to camp.
Also, you hear drums. There's a lot of drums. Like the war drums of the Picts, they're coming from Fort Tusculum after a while. Like they've totally captured the place and they're starting to like fortify it and man the walls themselves at this point.
Probably like trigger something inside of me, and I just kind of motion to, like, we need to get out of here or something like that.
Yes. If you start heading out, Elva will follow and gesture.
All right.
Not for Litrium.
Do you take the daring plan to go west across the river then?
There's no bridges across the river, right?
No.
No,
Not across the Black River.
but we can ford it though, right?
Yeah, once you get to the river, you can look for a shallow area.
Yeah, so let's go to the river, I say.
Before the river, if we are concerned about ever getting a night's sleep again, won't the Picts just keep heading down the road and probably amass their forces against Velitrium?
Who hasn't?
And that's someone else's problem.
That sounds like my problem. I need a bed. And we need to get rid of this girl. And more importantly, we need to tell somebody that everyone is going to die. So hopefully somebody rallies the troops.
Star metal.
I have no idea your fascination with sky debris. But
We have star metal. I can't see much. It's heavy. We have nothing to do with it yet. We need a forge if you want to do anything with it. Let's follow. I agree with Augustus's plan, and also with Edric in that we need to move now. And which suggest heading out with Augustus's plan towards.
Velitrium.
Yes, at least in that general direction, and maybe we can find some other people who we can make some ramshackle settlement on the road with to defend against Picts.
Okay, so from the wagon, you're going to head sort of like off in that direction then.
Yes, if that is an option, or at least I vote yes.
All right, moving through
Sorry.
the woods here. This is some dense woods. It's going to be difficult for your animals, but it'll give you the maximum amount of visible or like visual cover from the Picts.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is dense old forest with a lot of thick trees.
I think warning the bigger city of Velitrium that there is a massive massive force of Picts. Most likely, if not on their way already on the road, and we're probably going to run into a few of them, if not already, then at least they can maybe do something. I don't actually know, like personally, I don't have the lore in my head of how big Velitrium is, or if they have a military of any kind.
I think Velitrium is the one right at the boundary of right at the south border of Samaria. So I think that's the one that's been like changed hands between Sumerians and Aquilonians back and forth for like a few centuries.
Mm-hmm.
It gets
Yeah, I'm
sieged
just.
every week by one party or the other.
Yeah, they definitely. I think if we warn them, we have a better chance at stopping whatever the Picts are doing. At least, maybe slowing them down. With the amount of bodies, I don't think we can stop anything.
At the very least, it's a direction to go in to try to find some place to camp for the night that isn't, a raging ball of fire and murder.
We're swarming with Picts.
Yes. Staying away from Picts is probably the best thing for all our health currently, but I don't
Yes.
think we get to stay away from them long.
If that is okay for, like, if this is a good direction for the whole group to move in, Elva, I'd like for Elva to, like, storm, or to lead the troop into the woods and, try to, if there's any roles, I'll take the leadership position to direct us through the wilderness.
All right. Because of the full moon, it was pretty easy to navigate up until this point, but now you're in the dark woods and you can barely see it all. The canopy overhead is making it difficult to navigate and difficult to see.
Is it safe to set up camp or no?
I think we're still too close to the fort so far.
All right. So we'll just keep going.
I believe we can try and ride as hard as we can and get as far as we can before exhaustion.
Okay, so traveling in the dark at night will require a pretty difficult D2 animal handling check not to injure your animals.
Ooh.
Okay. Do we all assist with this, or
It would be individual rolls for each of you if you're riding your animal. It drops
Okay.
to difficulty 1 if you get off your animal and just, like, walk it.
No, we need to make haste, I think.
hay sounds good?
Okay.
And not only does hay sound good, I'm gonna throw in some fortune to add a die.
So it's difficulty 2?
Difficulty 2, yep.
Alright.
I'm gonna make like Velku also and hand in some fortune to add a die. Because
Yeah, me too.
I succeed.
So
that's
how
not
do I-
wrong dice roll. I apologize. That'll go away. Ignore that one.
So-
how should I add fortune again?
Just dump it to one side and just say you spent it.
Yeah, I just threw mine over to the left.
So
It's a
this
good
is
idea to use up your fortune. You'll get more of it.
This was actually a great roll because I failed 2 of them. I have only an 8, but the 2 was actually a critical success. So 2, yay!
So
Only got one success.
the fortune comes out of this infinite bag here. So whenever you use a fortune, just point at the fortune and click delete.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool, cool.
Just be careful you don't delete the thing under it. The safest spot is on the wooden part of the table where you can't delete the thing under it.
So fortune just gives you an extra die?
Fortune can do several things. That's just one of them.
Yeah, I was just taking it for the extra die. Sometimes you can make it a whole story beat, but I don't really see how I can just flip the fortune right now to supersede the problem.
Okay.
I think last week it was posted, the little list of what fortune does. Alright, so add a bonus d20 to a skill test, perform an additional standard action, second wind, overcome a weakness, or influence the story.
Mhm.
So you can use it to do any of those things.
The story beat is probably the best thing, but fortune kind of comes and goes pretty quickly, so this is a good time just to get an extra die.
Yeah.
Can we take Doom on this even to add more die?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to go all the way up to 5, I can add some Doom to the pool here.
Do we need to do that?
If you have shitty animal handling, yes.
Wait. Oh, how much how much of a bonus does a fortune point give me?
Fortune gives you
Another
1 extra d20. But it's automatically a success, and it's automatically a 1, which means if you've got any focus in that skill, it's automatically 2 successes.
Can I assist others with their handle animal check?
No, probably not.
There are like so many flies in my house right now. It's unreal.
I have this really cool thing. It's a electric tennis racket.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I had one of those once.
Works great.
Forgive me, I'll be right back, but I did succeed on the check.
Woo.
So that means I get 3d20, right?
Well,
If you spend a fortune, yeah.
if you spend a fortune when you roll it, you would have the extra d20, yeah.
Okay. I'm doing it right now.
Bada bing. Oh, look at that one. Well, actually, when you do a fortune, it's automatically a 1, so you don't have to roll that one.
Oh, okay.
So that would have been a very, very good success. Lots of success.
So that's 2 successes.
+1 for your fortune.
What's your animal handling focus?
Oh, it's 0.
0. All right. Yeah. So a 1 is a success, and then you rolled a 1, and that was a success. So you succeed at the difficulty 2 test. And if you get more than 2 successes, you actually generate momentum.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
I got a bad cut on the back of my leg earlier, and it was just oozing a little bit.
Ew.
Yeah.
So we make it through the forest.
Huzzah!
Then what?
Okay, so everybody successfully navigates the forest. You get out into the plains again.
I did not, or at least my animal handling failed.
Oh, your animal handling failed? All right, so...
I got 1 success, so I'm short 1.
So your animal gets hobbled. It's got an injury. So,
Oh no, we match.
So unfortunately, an injury is not good. Does anybody want to attempt a healing check on the animal?
Yeah, I've got a healing kit and I can do it.
All right. If you want to try to patch it up, it might be all right.
Let's see. With healing check, what's the difficulty?
He only missed it by 1, so I'll say difficulty 1.
Okay. Let's see. Healing. Yeah, I've got a 1 focus, and 9 is my target number.
Could I assist with that?
No, nobody's able to help on the animal things. Well, hang on.
Yeah,
This is a healing check. Actually, if his animal gets injured and then you stop, you could help on the healing check, I think, yeah.
I botched it. I got a complication and no successes.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Complication and no successes. Okay, so you wanted to help. Go ahead and roll your d20. See if you could add, like, 1 success to counterbalance the 20 he rolled.
Let's see. Give him a. It's just 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What is that? 3?
Hey,
Yes, that's actually 2 success, because that's under my expertise.
Okay.
Or focus, rather.
he only rolled 1 die, though. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
he
was
was just
just
adding it
on
to
a help?
yours.
Yeah, you always just roll 1 for the help.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's 2 successes.
Okay, so your animal is patched up, but the complication is that it's going to take like twice as long to do like whatever it took to heal it. So it ends up costing you several hours, and everybody's really exhausted at this point. You've been traveling all throughout the night. It's almost morning at this point. There's actually a little bit of red on the horizon. You're out in the plains and you're exposed. You want to press on and forced march until you get to some sort of like structure or settlement.
Augustus, hungry, tired, now smelly, with a child who was all those things before we started, says that we are pressing on because we have made a plan, and damn it, we're going to get to a bed, even if I have to sleep in the middle of the afternoon.
Okay, so at this point, everybody that wants to force march and press on needs to make a, let's see, that'd be like a resistance test.
Oh, shit.
What's resistance? Is that resistance or discipline?
It's under
Resistance.
brawn. It's
It's brawn.
resistance. It's basically your
Okay.
physical saving throw.
Well, this is going to be funny. But yes,
I have a 3 focus. What does that mean?
So your focus is like your critical success range. If you roll a 1, a 2, or a 3, it counts as a double success.
how much success do we need?
Just one.
Just one. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to take Doom to roll 3 die.
Okay.
I'm going to need it.
Yeah, me too.
I have 2 success. Could I do something like a command roll or something to try to bolster them for their rolls, or no?
I did succeed twice, so not too bad. So
Oh.
that means I get 1 momentum, right?
Yeah.
Can I pass
And
the
yeah,
momentum to... Oh, I'm just going to throw it in the pot.
yeah, add it to the pot. And then command roll is a good idea. That when trying to get your troops to keep marching when they're too tired to press on, that's a great use of command roll, I think.
Just rolled a 2d20.
Yeah, momentum. See, and don't forget, we have momentum. Everyone is privy to using momentum. No matter
So-
who generates it, we can all use it.
So the command roll, you'd probably in the future want to use that first, and that'll
okay.
decrease the difficulty for other people's check.
I will keep that in mind for the future then.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
apologies.
Sorry, we jumped into it. So
I-
if it was a 1...
I'm
and
still
they
learning the
commanded
system,
it-
so I'm trying to think through how it would actually like work.
No, yeah,
No,
you're
you're
good.
fine.
So
No, I agree.
I just needed to roll lower than my TN, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Or
okay.
lower than whatever your...
If it's your
yeah,
TN or less, you succeed. If it's your focus or less, it's 2 successes.
I will be right back, by the way.
Yeah, because I rolled 1 more accidentally, but they were all lower than my TN anyways.
Nice. So you got 2 success?
Yeah.
Cool. So that generates 1 momentum also. If you see the black bolt over here, how do I ping again?
Tab.
There we go. Yeah, right there. That's the momentum
yeah.
bolt, and we can take as much momentum out of the box next to it.
Alright, so should I just add 1 to the pot?
I already threw it in for you.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I think we can only have 6 at a time. Is that correct?
Yeah. Maximum
Okay,
6.
just double check. Yes. So you definitely want to spend them because the whole point is they're a resource. Spend, pull them in, do whatever.
But you can have infinite doom. That sucks.
Doom is fun.
There should be a cap on doom. Only so much doom allowed.
We can't spend momentum to get rid of Doom, right? Like, can't just, like, minus them out?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't believe so.
Nope.
Also, I know Doom is there just to make the players feel better about the GM. Because at the end of the day, the GM can do whatever. It's just if you have a resource, it looks a little more like what was happening made sense and was a little more fair.
Makes sense.
All right,
Also,
this
like-
game's going really slowly.
Also, I'm a little unclear what all I can do with Doom, so I'm still learning that.
25 Doom, you can have Rocks Fall. That'll teach him.
I know, right? Okay, so you guys are approaching a little patch of forest, and you can see that the road is up ahead. It looks like there's actually some refugees that are arriving at about the same time that you'll get there. There's like a little horse-drawn wagon with some people with whatever belongings they could stuff into their wagon, and they're trekking down the road, and they're going to approach this building here.
Oh, good.
So how do you guys want to approach this? Are you going to walk right up to the building here in the grove?
I'm basically just gonna go head first.
Alva will follow closely behind.
It's a ragged track through the wilderness between Fort and Thunder River.
Shit.
Small habitations along the road are usually log cabins of up to 4 rooms and barns of similar construction. So that's what you see up here in between the trees. They've been
Okay.
doing some
And
logging. There's some tree stumps scattered around.
just to get a general feeling of the population, do these people look terrified, the people who were here already, do they look terrified that picks are coming, or do they seem very much like they haven't heard anything yet?
You're actually a little bit late to the party. It looks as if the farm is abandoned. These other
Ah.
people that arrived here, they banged on the door and nobody came, and they are starting to move further down the road.
All right.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
Yeah, can we catch up with one of these groups and just query them quickly about what happened?
Okay,
Or at least what they
so
remember happening.
you start riding up on this person here, and let's see, I'm going to spend a couple of doom. They get super spooked because they think that you're the Picts and that you're coming for them, and they whip their animal into a gallop, and their cart is bouncing along the old cart track, and some of his belongings are spilling out as he tries to get away as fast as he can. So what do you do? Do you want to stop to grab his belongings? Do you want to chase him down and say you're not the Picts so that he calms down? What do you want to do?
We just need to keep moving on this road.
I'll just chase him down yelling, I'm not the Pix.
Okay. You're yelling in Nordheimer or Hyperborean, which?
Yeah, that's not
Nordheimer. Yeah.
All right. You're screaming a language that this person does not speak. And they're like even more scared, and they're whipping their animal, and they let's see, they do an animal handling check.
You want to make this a contest? to
Oh,
see who can keep up?
they rolled really badly. They actually wreck their cart. All right, you catch up to them. They're begging for their lives, but you don't understand what they're saying.
Just ignore them. Let's go.
Augustus does say just to 1 minute to the count. Let's just see quickly what we might be able to learn. It might help us. Or somebody.
Edric just picks one of them up and just kind of interrogates them or tries to ask them what they know about the Picts.
Okay. They say a bunch of gibberish at you, and none of it makes sense, but they seem very genuine and very scared when they say it.
Do I hear what they say?
So they're like, oh my god, don't kill me. I knew this day would come. I always knew the Picts would come down from the mountain and slaughter us for trying to take their lands.
I say we are not here to kill you.
Alright, he looks at you and he says, what are you, a Stygian? You're no Pict.
That's correct.
He looks at the hulking barbarian that's speaking a foreign dialect, and he says, "Oh, you're a strange lot. Are you refugees or travelers?"
We're travelers of a sort.
All right, he's going to begin to sort his stuff and try to get his animal back in condition to go further down the road. He says, "We have to get out of here. The Picts, they're attacking."
Yes, I agree. Augustus, did you have anything you wanted to ask this gentleman before we leave?
Yes, after you stop roughing him up now. Sir, if you would be so kind as to just inform us what happened as you escaped. Where did the Picts even come from?
Okay. Well, a long time ago, these lands, as far as the eye can see, between the Thunder River and the Black River, belonged to the Pictish raiders. And these are some good farmlands here. And the Aquilonians built Velitrium as the capital of the Bessonian Marches area, and they decided they were going to expand for the west and build Fort Tusculum. And to do so, they waged a fierce war against the Pictish raiders and drove them into the wilderness to the northwest, across the Black River. And there they have remained in those mountains to the west. But it seems as if they've lurked and nursed their wounds and decided to come back for revenge, and now they are lashing out against the borderland town of Fort Tusculum. So hopefully we'll have to call back to the east and get some armies raised in order to fight the Pictish off and drive them back into the wilderness.
Yes, that seems to be the best thing to do. You are a good man. Good on you for all that work.
They're savages, those monsters. They'll eat us. I've heard they eat the flesh of men.
And you've heard right. That's very true. However, there is a way that we can stave off such problems.
Such as?
Hurry, Augustus.
If he's listening.
By leaving?
Augustus says that we, our band of merry travelers, are also heading there. Also trying to help raise the alarm. They should travel with us. And we'll make it extremely lucrative for them. Only a gold piece or so each.
He agrees. Strength in numbers. He looks at the nearby house that looks somewhat abandoned, and he says, "Do we dare investigate? Do you think there are survivors?"
Alba will take the first shot to yell towards the house. Are there any survivor? In Aquilonian, hoping somebody with some sense might make some noise.
Do the same.
No response. An eerie silence.
I think that's telling enough.
Yeah, let's keep going.
All right. Bypassing the first house, you continue traveling east. You're traveling with a number of refugees. All of them are Aquilonians who have come to the Borderlands to sort of like build their little log cabin. What do you call those? Farmsteads?
Mm-hmm.
So, Borderland log cabin farmsteads. They're trying to start a new life out here. They all came from different backgrounds. Many of them just trying to get a good start. And then this happens, and they're getting wrecked. So, you guys travel further and further down the road. You get to the second house. The second house would be this one here.
Oh,
It's over a quarter mile down the road from that first house that seemed abandoned.
Hello?
Hang on.
Hello?
I'm reading.
okay. Yep. No, you're okay. I thought I heard like popping.
Might just be hearing the tabletop simulator sound effects.
Okay, so it says everybody needs to make an observation test.
Sounds good.
Observation is what?
A skill.
Awareness.
Yeah. Suck at observation.
Oh no.
Whoa! I meant to roll 2, but it rolled.
Sorry,
4.
I think I clicked at the same time as you. I'm sorry.
Oh.
You should definitely re-roll it.
I get 1 success.
All right.
I get nothing.
Okay,
Alright.
you can hear sounds of shouting and screaming ahead,
I got a complication actually.
amidst the unnerving cries of blood-mad Picts. So it looks like the house up ahead is currently under attack by a number of Pictish warriors. What do you want to do?
Attack.
Yep, I would gesture to Edric to do the best hand signal of saying, "Now's the time," with my sword,
No.
and jump off the horse and do our best to run in.
Okay. Everybody grab your figurines and move them off the board for a second. I'm going to get a battle map.
Okay. All right.
Thing to keep keep in mind that Edric might have saw. I know this map. Sorry, that Edric might have noticed with Elva. She is sporting a lovely leg wound that's not doing great. Her horse is doing a lot of the carrying, which
Alright, so I notice it and I just kind of motion and gesture on her leg as if she's like, doing alright or if she needs assistance.
trying to think of how best to convey that she's putting off assistance until we were going to camp for the night, but this keeps going on.
Oh, yeah.
She probably would just say that in a language you wouldn't understand.
Small house.
It's so cute.
It's so small. How'd it get
I
like
should
that?
probably make it a little bigger.
That's a small big house. Or a big small house.
Is that too big?
Well, big.
Maybe a little smaller. There we go.
Where do you want us to pop up on?
Okay, you guys approach from the west, so you can come in over here.
Yeah, right. I believe I'm supposed to have the child on the back, even though I don't
Oh.
have the actual model. Which is fine. Just stow her over here. You know it's supposed to be there.
Just write her in your inventory and get rid of the token.
How dare.
If only I could convert straight to gold.
Somehow I grabbed an extra thing of gore.
We're
I'll
not
lose it.
selling Rowana.
I mean, I could just like make her like use a spell to make her into a cursed gold coin, so she fits in my pocket, and then we'll pop her back up later.
Oh, well, that
Only a few sanity points available, you know.
Yeah, no, this is Alva's wide-eyed at this of just what? This was an option and also is terrifying.
what are you doing with all those big boxes?
The forest river.
So these are hidden areas, so there could be Picts in the hidden area, but you don't know.
Oh, it's
Gotcha.
fog of war. Got it.
The realest fog, called the Forest River. Mm.
Well, the map is the forest river. Sorry, but yes.
Oh, I like it. When you drop them in there, they completely disappear. That's cool.
Fog of war.
The foggiest.
All right, so you're gonna
Oh, no.
move into the valley. I can get rid of the first fog of war area.
Oh, I fell. And I can't see myself to put myself back. Oh shit, Octu's upside down.
There we go.
Ooh.
All right, what's your order? Who's going in first?
I can go towards the front.
I'll just go right behind you.
Okay, so
Perfect.
you got two burly warriors leading the charge, and then you got your mentalist behind, riding his camel. And the noble
a guy
guarding
with a
your young
staff.
girl.
I have a bow that I stole from someone.
Oh yeah, you've got a bow. Do you have your bow ready?
Nice.
Do you draw it out?
Yeah, I guess I'll have it readied. That makes the most sense. He'll try to defend himself and possibly even Rowana.
Okay. So I'm going to reveal right in front of the house here. All right, so there are several Pictish raiders that are close up to the house here that you spot when you come around the corner out of the valley. So you're currently like in the next zone out. You know how the zones work. So it's like we'll say that in the valley is this one zone over here, and then in front of the house is this other zone here, and then on the other side of the road over here there's this other zone. We'll do it like that, and then inside
I
the
actually
house
really
that's
like-
a zone. And over there will be a different zone.
I
Makes
really
sense.
like the zone system, especially the fact that it doesn't have to be like equal size or bearing.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
So when you go into their box, you'll be at close range. Right now, you're at medium. I'm gonna say the Pictish warriors were on high alert, and I'm going to spend 2 doom to say that this Pictish warrior was on lookout, and as you approach, he's going to immediately like rush at you and attack. So he comes at you hard, and he's going to swing his club with all his might, and he gets 1 success.
And I would like
Parry.
to parry, if I may.
Are you fighting on horseback?
Yes, assuming that doesn't change the rules horribly. And parrying is... I get 1 success.
Okay,
And a 19. I don't know if that's the critical or not. The
No, no.
failure.
now
Complication.
if you're skilled, 19 is not a crit fail.
Okay,
Mhm.
then yes.
Okay, so you successfully deflect his club. He was trying to knock you out of the saddle. You just swatted away casually. All right, so then we go into regular initiative. The party goes first. You guys get to choose whatever order you want to go in. So what do you do?
I mean, I could swat at him since he's at my feet.
Yeah, I mean, if I just noticed that he starts attacking out of nowhere, so I just ready out my sword and get ready to swing.
Alrighty. I am going to do just a melee roll.
Stab him good.
Yeah, I mean, actually, wait, can I just swing with the broadsword right now?
You can
both
definitely
of-
take your turn next as far as I know.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
both
like-
of
You
those
do
were
have to go one at a
successes.
time, but you can go in whatever order you want to go in.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, I rolled... Yeah, both of those are successes.
Okay, so the Pictish warrior, he's going to
Does that generate a momentum?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna
Or
spend a doom. He's going to do a. He's gonna try a parry. He fails. All right, roll some damage.
got you.
I believe you only need one success to hit, so that should generate one momentum.
Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
was.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
someone put momentum in the pot.
I gotcha. We're actually full right now, so we definitely need to start spending that momentum.
Yep.
Don't be afraid to use it, guys.
Goodness, that's a lot of dice. I forgot how much dice I roll for that.
Nice. You get a total of 7 damage and 2 effects.
But I'm just swinging with my sword, so no cool effects.
Splat.
That. Wait. One.
No, no, no. Turn him on his side so I know how many scalps I get.
He gets cut into pieces. He's a pile of bony gore.
No,
Can
there's
can I just subtly say I swing the sword into his head as hard as I can to destroy an Emerita scalp?
Just cleave a scalp in half. 50% of a scalp gets half as much money, right?
no.
What's a whole head get you?
Well, that's just extra weight.
True.
The intent is to mark how many Pictish warriors you've killed for the Aquilonian Empire.
Huzzah.
Alright, well, I see her basically just completely, cleave through his head, and I just, is it possible for me to just get my throwing axe and just hit them right here on the other square?
You can
What's
do
your
a minor
throwing
action.
axe's range?
Okay, it's, I don't actually, probably like one range.
I think it's probably close. So like first you'd want to use like a minor action to move from this zone to this zone, and then you'd have a difficulty 1 to hit him.
Well, can I do this then? I'll just take a action to come here, and then hit them with the broadsword, and then spend a momentum to throw him the other warrior with the axe.
Yeah, you could do that.
Alright, let's do that then.
All right, so you just ride donkey in, you swing your broadsword at the Pictish warrior, the first one.
And so should I do D20 and then hit dice, or
So making an attack is normally 2d20. If you want to spend a momentum, you can make it 3d20. You can spend 2 momentum and make it 4d20. Do you want to do that?
I'll just spend 1 momentum for now,
Alright.
because I want to spend the other field thing, right?
So just point at the momentum and click delete.
Okay. That's right.
Yeah, these are the
Yes.
momentum. Just
Okay.
delete one of those.
There we go.
Cool.
And then
And don't be afraid to ask us to help you out.
yeah. It's weird because sometimes when I hit like this D20 chest die, right, it doesn't actually.
You gotta wait till you see the
There's a
red
sweet
dot.
spot to hit. There's the red dot. You wanna line up your mouse so it has the red dot displayed, and then click several times consecutively.
Only count the first 3 because I did 4 by accident.
Gotcha. So what's your target number?
So I think I have only 1 success there. My target number for
Melee attack.
melee is oh, it's 14 target number.
Oh,
Okay.
so
it's
3 of
that's
those hit.
one of the highest attacks.
Okay.
3 successes. I'm going to spend 1 doom to react.
Ding ding.
All right.
Oh.
So I reduce your number of successes from 3 down to 1, but it still hits. But it doesn't generate any momentum.
Okay. So how many d6?
So when you make an attack, you look at your sheet. Let's see. I'll look at your sheet. Your sheet says you get a melee bonus of +4, and your broadsword does 5. So that's 9 dice.
Okay. Yeah. 9
Rolling.
d6s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
9 d6s.
You built big.
There we go.
That's a hell of
Nice.
a roll. All right. So nothing, nothing, nothing. 4 effects, 2 damage.
Total of 6 damage, right?
Yeah, 6 damage. You take this Pictish warrior's head off in a single chop as you ride by, and then
And then as I'm doing that, I spend a fortune to throw my axe on my other hand
okay.
into this Pictish warrior right here.
So
Yeah, fortune or
in order to do another action, you need to spend. If it's going to be with the same weapon, it would be 2 momentum. If it's with a different weapon in your other hand, then it would only cost 1 momentum. So spend 1 momentum, and the second action that you do during a turn ends up having a difficulty that's 1 higher. Now you're within the same distance. The range on your throwing weapon is close, and you are close, so that's good. So normally it would be difficulty 1, but it's your second action, so it's difficulty 2. So now you need 2 successes, so you might want to spend momentum or fortune to get more dice.
I might just spend fortune here. So I'm left down to 1 then, right?
Yep.
Okay. So then yeah, I don't know what I did for there, but yeah.
You just wanted 3. So the first 3, so 2, 3, and 7.
That 2 and 3 must be critical for you, no?
Well, he's making a ranged attack. His ranged weapon is 2 focus, 9 TN.
Ah, okay.
So that
still
would
very
be 1,
Total of
2,
3?
3, 4 successes.
Mhm.
2, 3, and 7 are all successes. The 2 is a double success. So 4 successes on your throwing axe. You needed 2, which means your attack generates 2 momentum. Now, before rolling your damage, you can actually spend momentum to roll bonus damage dice if you wanted.
Yeah, let's just do that. Let's spend the 2 that I just earned to do the bonus.
All right, so then you're rolling 11. No, wait. You're rolling the 9 dice, but then you're adding just a solid +2 to the damage number.
Yeah. Yeah. So
So many dice. That looks so much fun.
All right, nothing,
That's pretty bad.
nothing. Effect. So 1, 2, 3 damage.
+2, right?
+2. So that's
So-
5, right?
Yep.
Well,
five.
he did 1 damage, and then he rolled 2 effects, and each effect is 1 damage, right?
Yes, +2 from the momentum.
Oh yeah. You're right. So a total of 5, which is just enough to put the axe right in the forehead of this Pictish warrior, and he dies.
There you go.
Okay, on my turn, I'm going to ride into this new zone.
Okay, you charge ahead. When you move into the line of trees here, you're going to spot several Picts moving through the trees.
Oh, dope. I'm on my ass again. I spent a lot of time on my ass.
It's okay. We know your camel's drunk.
This is.
Yeah.
It's not good terrain. They like sand. This is all crazy.
Yeah.
Does that require your action to move that many zones? Or is it still minor? I don't actually know how far you move. I think minor only moves 1 zone, but an action can move like 2 zones or 3 zones. Can move very far.
Yeah, I think you have to
Oh.
use your action to get that far,
But you have momentum, so you can actually get another action, yeah?
if you want.
And how much do we have? We only have 4 momentum, so I'm not going to.
Nah, spend it.
Burn it. You'll probably make a whole bunch. You have a good roll.
No, I honestly, if I want to use my magic today, I'm going to want a lot of momentum saved up for it. So I'm going to save it.
Okay.
I'm just going to. Oh shit! I'll burn a momentum. And with that, I'm going to threaten this guy.
All right.
So I'm going to roll what to threaten again?
So threaten was a personality attack. I guess it
Persuade.
uses persuade. So you're making a persuade, and he's resisting with discipline.
Okay, I say we are going to kill you.
Of course.
Wow, that's nice.
So that's 3 successes.
Very persuasive death threat.
Reduced to 2 successes. but it still generates 1 momentum and succeeds.
All right, I got the momentum.
Cool.
Pop. So now we have 4 in the box. So if you want to spend any more for more damage, be our guest.
How much damage did you do with your threatened attack?
6 is what you told me last time.
Hardcore.
Oh wow.
So he gets stunned and he takes 1 resolve damage. Or wait, each
That's 5 total.
Each effect is damage.
does
Yeah.
the threatened effect do damage?
It did last game.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I think it did resolve based on all the effect. I don't remember. Unless the effect can do something specific.
All right. So you threaten him and he is going to begin cowering. He's never seen a camel as mighty as the one you rode up on, and he begins to wet himself in fear.
That would be Augustus's turn.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just trying to get all the pieces without picking up the deer underneath. There we go. So was Augustus already in this box technically, or is that moving 1?
Nah, you did place yourself further back, so you were in another zone further back here.
Okay, fine. So that's 1 zone for minor.
Yep.
And how far? I gotta check the range on
So your
this thing.
bow has a range of close, so
I wasn't worried too much about that. I was worried more
difficulty
about
1, difficulty 2, difficulty 3. That's a tough shot.
Take a shot for difficulty 3.
Difficulty 3, tough shot.
That'd be fun. Let's do that. All right, just for the hell of it.
Now, there's a feature. You can intentionally fail this roll and gain 1 fortune point, but I'll also gain 1 doom.
I feel like you gain doom for everything. So what's the trade up for fortune? I think I'm going to actually just give it the old roll. I'm going to try to impress Alba with this. This is the Alba shot. Haha! Extremely bad.
Yeah, it hits a tree. Thwack.
This was the Alba shot. Let me see. I also don't have that train, so 19 is a failure, right?
Okay, so you reach for another arrow after the first one and end up spilling your quiver of arrows upon the ground like a fool.
Oh no.
So now if you want to go anywhere, your arrows will be left on the ground and you have to grab them 1 at a time to put them back in the quiver.
How long does that usually take? Is that a minor action or a full action?
If you spend your full action, you can grab like all of them and put them back in the quiver.
Okay. Well, thankfully, everyone's too far away to have really noticed. Except Alba.
So like as a minor action, you can grab 1 arrow. As a standard action, you could just refill your quiver from all the spilled arrows.
Okay, yeah, and that's my whole turn.
All right. So
If it helps, Alva sees this is very in line with what you normally do.
It's in
So-
line, but I wish it wasn't.
I'm going
At least
to...
they're not turning into donuts.
All right, I'm going to reveal that there are some Picts that are up here on the ridge line, and they have bows. So these 2 Picts, they're going to fire their arrows down at Count Apophis.
Acrobatics.
2 arrows sail in. I have 1 success.
Wait, can I roll acrobatics? when I'm on my-
Acrobatics? No, it would be animal handling to guide your animal out of the way, probably.
Okay, I can do animal. So that's going to be 2 dice. 13 succeeds.
All right.
But I don't have it trained, so 19 is a complication.
Oh, shit. So, the arrows are fired down upon you. You quickly kick your camel into high gear to get out of the way of the arrows. But your camel gets spooked by this. So future animal handling rolls on your next turn will be at an increased difficulty.
Okay. But I don't get hit by an arrow.
No.
Okay.
Now, you moved out of the way where the arrows were going to land. All right, and then these 3 Pictish warriors, they're going to look at you, and they're going to rush in to attack. So I've got a little group of 3 Picts. Attack, attack, attack. No successes. So they're kind of intimidated by the height and width of your camel. The strange beast throws them for a loop, so they don't really know how to fight it.
They've probably never seen a camel before.
Never. It's really weird terrain for a camel to be in. All right, so that was my Pictish warriors. It's back to you guys.
Feel free to go first. Edric or Apophis. You guys are both more in the heat of it than any of us back here.
Well, I'll just try and catch up with the Apophis as well, because I see that he's in trouble.
Well, before you do that, can I move first so that I can get out of your way?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You need to go farther back than that. You were further back than that.
He was in that range.
Because I am going to back up to here.
Oh, okay.
Do I need to roll animal handling to do that?
No, a regular move doesn't require a check.
Okay. Then I'm going to back up to here so the archers can't see me. Is that correct? The archers cannot see me from here?
They do not have line of sight. The building blocks them.
Okay. Then in that case, I am then going to threaten the one in the middle.
All right. Since they're in the next zone over, the difficulty goes from 1 to 2.
Okay. I'm going to say, your soul is mine. And that is 3 successes?
3 successes versus resistance. No.
No?
No resist.
Oh, okay. Then I will roll my damage.
You actually generate a momentum too. Do you want to spend it on extra damage?
No, put it in the pot.
All right, we'll put it in the pot. I placed 1 extra momentum.
So I did 5 damage.
Okay. This Pictish warrior, you threaten him, and he also begins to quiver and moan about evil sorcery. He collapses to the ground.
Oh, no, that was the wrong one. It's the one in the middle.
Okay.
These threats are awesome.
They're very superstitious, these wild savages from the Northwest.
Whoa.
I got a little scared as well, but I couldn't understand him, so I was like,
Can't be afraid if you don't know what's going on.
all I know it was pretty sorceress.
He's got the commanding presence of a priest of Set.
Whoever that god is.
Hey, now.
Don't start a holy war.
Watch it.
Something, snakes, something.
It's your turn.
Oh, okay. So, I'll just go head first, and oh, there you go. Just collapse on this Pictish guy
Throw the horse.
with the horse. All right, with my broadsword. There's no rules for like horseback or anything like that, right?
There are actually.
Oh.
We haven't been playing with them as far as I
Yeah.
understand.
That's why I got confused.
Also, there's rules for reach and stuff, so I don't actually know. I know the broadsword, I think, is 2 reach, right?
Yeah, I think.
It's got a little bit more give to it. Let you stab from slightly further away, giving you the leverage or balance.
Riding animals and vehicles, mounted combat. When the rider would have to make an acrobatic or athletics test, the rider makes an animal handling test with the mount assisting using its acrobatics or athletics. So we did that a little bit wrong. So your animal would roll its acrobatics or athletics. That's interesting.
Oh,
Neat.
So you actually would have
What?
had an extra dice on that roll.
what is a camel's athletics
Yeah.
or acrobatics?
Mm. Your guess is as
Probably
good as
10.
mine. Probably 10,
I would-
yeah.
Yeah, everything's a 50% chance that it actually does well.
An attack on a mounted rider, 1 to 10 hits the rider, 11 to 20 hits the mount. Spending momentum to target a hit location chooses both the rider or mount and hit location. Threatened attacks automatically target the mount. Rider may defend with animal handling. Melee and observation tests gain the assistance from the mount due to the height. Riders must use a minimum reach 2 weapon when attacking. If the rider is knocked prone, staggered, or otherwise becomes incapacitated, they fall from the mount, suffering 3 combat dice with stun. A D1 acrobatics test mitigates damage as falling. Attacking with a ranged weapon is plus 1d because it's a little harder from the rocking of your movement of the animal. So yeah, bunch of sensible rules about riding an animal in combat.
But how do they apply to Edric right now?
I think I get +1 then, because my broadsword is +2 a range, and I'm unmounted, right? Isn't that what it said?
Your
Yeah,
broadsword
you
has a reach
require-
of 2. That's required to make an attack. And
So what was the +1 thing then about? Was that just damage, or?
let's see. Rider gains assistance from the mount due to height. So that's like an extra dice, right?
Yeah.
An extra dice, oh, okay.
It's like
So
an
I
extra
don't-
dice, but it's tested against the mount's roll. So like against a test of 10, I guess.
Yeah, that'd be strange, because usually your mount's not actually helping with the melee.
Yeah. So that's 2, 12, 15. Or, sorry, 2, 12, 16, and my TN is for melee 14.
Nice. 2 successes, 1 double success.
Yeah.
So that's like a 3 total.
Wait, what's your focus?
My focus is 5.
So that's 3 successes.
Okay.
Neat.
You only needed 1. He's not going to make a defensive action, so you can generate 2 momentum there.
Just add 2 dice to this d6.
Now you're at 6, so you have to use up one of them immediately.
You should use them to add the damage. Why not?
So I added 1 to the pot, and then you've got 1 that's just floating.
Wow.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I added 1 extra dice. That's the momentum die, right? Or was I just supposed to add +1?
Just a plus
you
1.
should add a +1. But
Oh, okay.
technically it hits, so it's all the same, right?
Oh yeah, basically.
Alternatively, you could spend 2 momentum on a second attack against the other target.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's just do that as well.
Okay,
Mhm.
so you had the one floating, and instead of spending the other one on damage, you'll spend that on extra attack, and this one on extra attack. So then you get to go ahead and swing on the other target.
Same 3 dice.
So you split this one in half, whack, and then your regular 9 dice.
You just get another attack right on it, or you gotta roll another attack.
The difficulty increases,
Mm-hmm.
So
But that looks good. You
so
got
it's
3,
like a difficulty 2 now.
or difficulty 4. I think you got 4 total.
yeah, I got 4 on the hit,
Nice.
and how
Okay,
many,
so that means that actually generates 2 more momentum.
roll damage.
We're actually at 7 in that pot with that too. So you can take that last bleed over and just have that as 1 damage, and we'll still have 6 in the pot. Sound good?
Yeah, let's just make it simple.
Cool, cool. So I think you did enough damage to harm his children, his unborn children.
Splat.
Yeah, 7 damage. So he's dead, and so is any of his progeny.
So, like, in a tabletop role-playing game, when you're the fighter type and you're crushing some enemies with your big attacks, feel free to take a moment to add a little bit of roleplay and flavor to your attacks. Spice it up. Describe how you slay your enemies. It'll add to the whole ambiance of the game. If you add some flavor to it, if it's not just the numbers.
Yeah. Well, in this instance, probably Edric was just gonna collapse on him with the donkey and just, hit him with the broadsword a couple times because they really only took 2 blades, right? So.
Yep.
Not much you can work with there.
All right. You charge into them. You lop off their heads. Whack, whack. The other 2 lie prone at your feet, passed out from fear. The 2 archers are up on the hill still. You've got.
Yeah, Edric just notices them and, just laughs at them because he knows what's about to happen.
Okay. You're just like staring them down menacingly.
Yeah, basically.
So another thing is, like, if you've come to the end of your turn, if you've got nothing else to do, like, maybe suggest who should go next. Like, pass it off to somebody else, like you're passing a baton in a relay race.
Alright, well, I think Albie might want to catch up.
Well, you're right, I do. I'm not sure what I could do from over here. I think I'll be spending a lot of my turn, I think I'd have to spend, 1 action to move over here. I'm not trying to click and drag because there's things under the table here. And I
Your action
think...
let you move out to long, so probably.
Oh, I could move all the way up here?
With an
Yeah,
action,
with your
yeah.
action.
And then
Yeah.
you still have a minor action to do something else.
Okay.
Although you
so
can't
let's
do
ride-
much with a minor action. It's pretty limited.
Mm-hmm. Uh,
You could spend a momentum and get another action, right?
True, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I could. Could I try yelling at these guys? I'd love to do a command roll, to sort of threaten them, to gesture to the carnage that Edric has now brought, and offer them, a command roll to tell them to stand down unless they want to be part of that.
So here's a situation where this is definitely going to fail. Do you want to do like the auto fail where you gain a fortune for it?
Yeah, I'll do that. That
Okay.
sounds fine.
You gain a fortune. There you go. I gain 1 doom. So you attempt to
Get one of these
command
momentum out.
the Pictish warriors, but they've got a blood feud and they hate Sumerians. And they
That's
don't.
right.
They also don't speak your language, so when you try to issue them commands, they just ignore you and then curse your name and continue about shooting arrows in your face.
Who's this?
Shooting arrows in your general direction.
Right?
All right, Augustus.
Yep, so Augustus is going to quickly try to gather up all of the arrows he has into whatever bundle he's carrying them in. And this time, going to tie them a little bit tighter so they don't slip out. And then probably just waste a bit of time. Hang on, let's see if I can actually waste a bit of time moving into range as a... Oh, yeah, you can move as a minor action, just 1.
Yeah. 1 space with
very
a minor
far.
action.
Mostly here, and so I use the action to pick things up, so I can't really observe this house. In that case, I think that's it.
Okay. Just then, a Pictish warrior up on the 2nd floor of the building here is going to come poking his head out the window.
Ah, that's what I was afraid of. Anyway.
So he's in the windowsill. He's about here. Now, this guy, he looks a little different than the other Pictish warriors that you've seen, because he's wearing a headdress. He's got a mask, and he's got a shawl that's covered in feathers and teeth. And the mask is fairly menacing in appearance. And he's going to look down at you, and he's going to hoot, and he's going to holler, and he's going to pull out a human skull. And he hurls this skull down at the space, like, right here. Right in between you and Apophis, and it's going to explode.
Oh. I don't quite appreciate that at all.
Let's see. So he's making a ranged attack. And he gets 1 success.
Oof. Can we, was it acrobatics to try and dodge?
Yep.
Cool.
Does my mount help with that?
Yes.
So that's 3
Oh.
dice. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
I guess I am mounted as well. So that runs off of actually our animal handling, not our acrobatics. Or am I wrong about that?
It said it's the animal's athletics or acrobatics when it's trying to assist you against a target number of 10 for these basic animals.
Okay, so I'm rolling.
So you're rolling your acrobatics, and then you're rolling 1 extra dice, which is the animal's roll, and if he succeeds, it adds an extra success to you.
Gotcha. Just making sure I'm not rolling animal handling.
Did you knock me over?
Wow, actually, incredible.
Nice roll.
That is 3 successes.
Okay, you quickly get out of the way of the harsh fume acid that erupts from the skull.
That's momentum, right?
No, this is like an opposed roll, so you're decreasing his successes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like you're making the roll.
Gotcha.
I succeeded with 1 success. Is that enough?
Yeah, that's enough. All right, you get out of the way.
Ha!
His ranged attack fails. However, it's going to leave a patch of poisonous gas
In like a zone, right?
I
Hello?
wonder if I've got a good FX for this. It's probably going to be a mess. Hang on.
Does that cover the whole zone?
Is this the one I want? Can you see that?
It's still.
Yeah, it looks like a little cube for me. Nothing else.
It's a cube labeled green smoke.
I
Yeah.
believe it though.
They're trying their best.
I have a big imagination.
Oh, now it turned into something, but I can barely see it because it's really tiny.
It's supposed to
So-
be a visible patch of greenish smoke and particle effects.
It may just be me. I don't see anything at all.
It's
Yeah,
an
no, I can't see anything here.
yeah, it's invisible block to me.
Yeah, it's not loading. Unfortunate.
Green.
There you go. That's your representation.
Oh no.
What about this one?
That's a block.
Still loading.
Very good block.
Miasma.
Yeah. You're fired.
Why? Because I'm British, which I'm not.
This is probably a bag of not functional effects. I've got this one. I know this one works.
Why? Why did you
Why?
know that word?
That is not goop, sir.
Oh god,
Oh.
one of them's peeing on me.
Oh,
You're being gooped.
I don't think that's what you think it is.
this is the truly.
You didn't know it,
truly
but this Pictish warrior's name is Sanjay. You're getting Sanjay goopted.
I see.
Ha 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 ha.
Well. Oh no.
Now you've knocked everybody over.
I totally did.
The mighty stream has taken me out. This is the second time this week.
All right, come on, let's
Oh,
move.
God. Alrighty.
All right.
Well, I hate it.
A Pictish wizard hurls poisonous gas at you. Sploosh.
I get it.
That's what I do. Back to you guys. What do you do?
I'd like to take a moment since I'm so very close and fire a friendship arrow into him.
Friendly arrow. Katwang.
Yes. Since we're exchanging gifts. Alrighty, and does the elevation, does the terrain, do I have to take into account anything other than horseback, which I think makes it a difficulty 2?
He is one zone away, so it's difficulty 1 normally, difficulty 2 because you're on horseback, difficulty 3 because he's a zone away.
Right, that's very tricky. Is dismounting a minor action or a full action?
Minor action.
Okay, you know what?
I
Let's
think
do
you
that
already
then,
used your
just-
minor action to get here, didn't you?
No.
No,
Not
this
this
turn.
round.
There's a
Okay,
whole new
last
round.
turn. Last turn.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes. So I'm gonna use a minor action to hop off, and the horse to one side with
Alright.
Rowana.
Drops it to difficulty 2.
Huzzah! And I'd like to say a small prayer unto my various gods of wealth and finance that this arrow is guided through.
Do they have names, or are you just literally praying to the concept of well?
By the power of gold, may my shot not hit.
By
Or
every
may my shot
diamond mine.
not miss.
And that prayer is going to be in service of spending the fortune, my last fortune right now. So let's just delete that off the board and give it a roll of 3. Bop, bop, bop. Fortune favors the bold. That is 2 and a 19, which actually is a complication. But I think I hit, unless he dodges, in which case I don't hit.
Okay. He fails to dodge it,
Huzzah!
so that's a hit.
So roll hit die location.
Have we been doing that? I think we've just been rolling damage. Is he big enough? Is he like a character that we should roll hit die location?
Nah, these are all minions.
Okay. He's just a pretty minion. Let me make sure I got my right. So the bonus is +2, and that thing is 3. So I'm rolling 5 die. We have momentum in the pot, even though I didn't make momentum. Can I spend some to add damage?
It's up to you.
I always vote yay.
Okay, I'm gonna spend just 1. Just to add 1 damage, because I think I got this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on. Wow. Well, 3 damage total.
Luck is not your thing in this game.
I'm so good at hitting, and then when it comes to actually doing the damage, it never does anything.
So I'm going to go ahead and take my turn.
Go for it.
How much of an action would it be for me to guide his horse or guide Mjolnir into the next zone? Because I don't want Rowana inhaling whatever this noxious gas is.
You could use your minor action to do it. It's got reins. You could just grab the reins and pull it.
Okay, then I use my minor action to get Mjolnir over here.
In the range of firing?
And then I am going to that's not working. There we go. Then I'm going to shout out to one of the archers, the one on the left, and I'm going to say, jump! And that's a threaten. That is 2 successes, actually, because my target number is 18.
Holy shit. All right. Yep, still 2 successes. You needed 1. You generate 1 momentum. How
Okay.
much damage does that threaten do?
I'm going to spend the momentum that I generated on damage, an extra damage die. Or an extra damage, sorry.
Nice.
Didn't need it, but alright.
5 total. Well, no, 5 is perfect. Oh, no, yeah, you're right.
All
It's
right.
the effect of the read.
You shout jump, and this Pictish warrior slips and falls under your hypnotic suggestion, splattering his head on the rock below. Took a nasty trip and fall.
Yep.
Poetry.
Okay, that's my turn.
All right.
You can go ahead and take your turn if you want, Edric.
Alright, well, I was just gonna, as I was staring them down, obviously I see Apophis just intimidate them, so I decide, okay, let's see if I can speak their language for a second, and I try and make like a tribal sign, of like peace or so I guess that's like my command or something.
Yeah, good luck with that.
It's linguistics, actually. You're trying to get him to understand your Nordheimer peace signs.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do that. That's
Probably a tough roll.
1 or 2 d6 or d20.
So he is 2d20 unless you add dice. From fortune or momentum.
Yeah, that's definitely not gonna happen.
Okay. The language barrier is too much. The Pictish warrior snarls at you.
Alright, and I just kind of growl back. I'm like, fine, I tried to warn you, but it seems like this is what you wanted. So
Did everyone go?
that's pretty much.
Did Augustus do anything?
Augustus started. I have not gone though.
Yeah.
Elby hasn't gone. Yeah, Elba hasn't.
Ah, all right.
I don't know why I keep saying Elby. Elba.
I'm the one who chose the Gaelic name. I know what I got myself into. You
No.
are good.
But I want to get it right.
Technically, it would be pronounced Elva, so
El-
with like a V sound, like.
Oh, Elba.
I think I did it for net. Yeah, what? Gaelic's annoying. Say it like ale, like the it's not. No, it's beer. Ale.
Ale.
And then va, like technically the first of Valhalla, so Elva.
Elva.
Yep.
All right.
Anyway, Elva would see this whole scene go down, especially the absolutely terrifying concept of the Apophis telling someone to jump and then they do it. And let's see.
That was like a scene right
many-
out of the movie.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
start calling you James Earl Jones.
How many minor actions? I feel like it would probably be a couple minor actions. To hop off my horse, try to grab one of the fallen Pict's tomahawks, and try to chuck it at the last guy.
So you can do one thing with the minor action. You can spend your action to do any number of minor actions, but then you'd have to spend momentum to do an extra action to throw the axe.
Do it.
Do we need to hoard any momentum for any other thing? Because
No, go for it.
cool. Then I will do that. Let me delete one of those. And yes, so she is going to, as I said, hop off the horse. Just as let's go with practicality on this one of just literally not even looking beyond just getting to business at this point of taking a tomahawk off this dead body at her feet and trying to chuck it over Edric's head up. Which is going to be very fun because she is not known for throwing things.
Is there
Good luck.
throwing?
Difficulty 3. You're gonna want to add some dice to this.
Oh yeah. Can I keep spending things? Fortune will add dice to it, right?
Yes.
Then I will spend 1 fortune to do that.
Spend 2 fortune. Roll 4 die.
Yeah, that would probably be necessary. So 2 fortune gone. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Good luck, everyone.
I believe. Ooh.
That's 1, 1, 3, and 16. So that would be
That should be 3
2.
successes.
It is 1 and 1 should both be 2 successes, so it's 5 successes, isn't it?
Are you skilled in ranged weapons?
I think I have 1 rank in it.
Yeah, then yeah. That's you got like 5 successes. Wow, yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
All right.
Who taught
He
you
tries
how
to
do-
dodge.
Yeah, good luck.
He reduces your number of successes by 1.
Oh no.
So still hits him over 1. So that actually gives you a momentum, right?
Yep,
3
1 momentum added. It was difficulty
Oh, not
3.
bad.
She has 4 now.
Oh, right.
Yep. I dropped it in already, so now we have 4 momentum still in the pot.
Cool beans.
How much damage does the tomahawk do?
3.
3 plus range is another 1, so 1, 2, 3, 4.
You wanna spend momentum for more damage?
No.
Okay. Can
I
you spend
am-
momentum after knowing how much damage you've done?
So just 2 damage, huh?
I am very passively just like, this is business at this point, and we've taken out enough of these guys that I'm just like, nah, grabbing it, doing my, not really doing my best. My heart is not in this. I'm just launching it. It falls where it falls in him.
Okay, so it hits him
Honestly,
in the chest. It cuts him a little bit. It's enough to spook him. He's going to dash off into the woods and run away.
Damn it.
Give us your scalp at least.
Looking at
rude
Apophis and just like shrugging. Best we could do.
This front door bursts open, and two Pictish warriors are going to emerge. The two Pictish warriors are going to approach Alexander. They're going to try to knock you out. So I've got 2 attacks.
Good thing they're attacking Alexander, because I'm Augustus, so I feel safe about this.
Or
Unfortunately, they don't know your name.
Augustus, sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm joking. Maybe in Pictish, Augustus is Alexander.
I got 1 success.
And I will attempt to parry?
Wait, did the noxious gas do anything?
No.
Oh, it's just noxious gas that doesn't do anything?
Yeah, it didn't work. Nobody's standing in it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just affecting everything in this zone.
There is a cloud of poisonous gas that's here. As long as nobody steps in it, it's fine.
Okay.
Alrighty. So let me see. Can I parry with the bow on me or no? That's something would be more encumbering.
Nah, your bow's no good for parrying.
Alright, so I just gotta take. Or can you roll acrobatics to also get out of the way?
Ooh, 2 damage. Chop. Yeah, if you want.
Okay, I see you already rolled the damage. I'll just take the damage, yeah?
Okay. So you get slashed with a little dagger for 2 damage. A little cut. Just a flesh wound.
Just enough to remind Augustus what this is all about. Finding a nice place to go to sleep.
When do you roll a hit location on your body?
Right now. Right arm. Your right arm got slashed.
Does that do anything with such little damage?
If you have armor, it would negate it.
You're probably not wearing armor, huh?
No, I think just my head and torso have some armor. I'm just wearing robes. Which I
So
don't
if
think
it's a
does
head or
anything.
torso, it'll reduce it, but instead you take the 3 damage to your arm.
3 or 2?
2. My bad. Yeah, 2.
No problem. Just double checking. Okay, so yes, took 2 damage.
Up in the building here, the witch doctor, the shaman, he's going to look down at you, and he's going to hold up a little doll that looks just like you, and he's going to point at you, and he's going to point at the doll, and he's going to nod knowingly with an evil grin on his head. All right, so he's got a threaten, difficulty 2. He gets only 1 success. He fails.
Alright. Augustus chuckles back. He only deals with figurines, not dolls.
You don't believe in voodoo witch dolls. All right, it's back in your team's ballpark. What do you do?
Augustus is getting attacked, so I feel like you should get the lead.
No. You guys should definitely come in and attempt to do something.
Save me.
Yes, Augustus doesn't like being stabbed. You know this firsthand on multiple occasions.
I have a question. Is there any way to get to the back of the house from the zone that we were in?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Like,
So the way to do it would be climbing the wall here. It's fairly difficult to climb up here. You could climb the wall over here. You could go through the building. There's a path from here to the back.
Can we walk along this path?
Along the side of the building here?
Yeah.
You can't see it from here, so you're unsure.
Well, I would have seen it coming in.
Yeah, it's got a bunch of bushes. It didn't look like it from over here.
Okay.
They use the walls, the surrounding whatever those geographic features are, as like support walls to the house. They just built it stretching between the two.
Like if you were really acrobatic, I'd think maybe you could like wall run it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and take my turn if nobody else is going to.
Sure.
I am going to ride back over here, and then make eye contact with this guy, the 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 what's the wizard,
Voodoo priest. Yeah.
voodoo priest, yeah. And I'm going to say, fall, and as a threat.
All right.
That is 3 successes.
Wow, 3 successes. I could not reduce it. The difficulty was 2, so that generates 1 momentum.
I got you. We're at 5, so feel free to use them.
Okay. Then I'm just going to roll my 6 damage dice.
Sounds good. Come on, big money.
Oh, come on! I'm going to spend a momentum to add a damage. Can I do that?
If you want, yeah.
Sure. That is 5.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right.
For these minions, if we do it, like I hit him with an arrow for 3 damage, and then this is, I know this is not a physical attack, it's a mental attack for resolve damage. But do they have separate plates for themselves, or do they stack all damage the same?
They have vigor and resolve just like a player would.
Okay.
All right. So
Just checking.
this witch doctor, he actually has some points in his willpower. So 5 is not enough to kill him.
Gotcha. All right, so he's got soak then, right?
He also has soak. Some of the clothing he's wearing gives him extra resistance to your
Mental soak?
yeah, mental soak. So it actually drops it down to 4.
They're very nice loincloths. They make him feel powerful.
I see.
It's that mask. He can hide his sweat from you.
What it
and
is?
Therefore,
It's the necklace. His necklace of bear teeth. It's like a totem of power and courage. And if he's wearing it, it gives him 1 point of soak against any kind of mental damage.
Oh, that's
so
rad.
neat. I guess that makes sense. I also hate bears, but in real life, so I can see how this works out.
That was my turn. Someone take their turn.
All right.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to run in and start stabbing the people attacking Augustus.
Makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's very polite of you.
Oh man, I think it would be like a bunch of abilities that I don't have, but I really want to take them and like try to ram their heads together in a melee attack. Like just go up behind them and crash their heads into each other. No idea how to do that mechanically.
I
Probably would
think
be grappling and
there's
stuff, which I don't
there's an
have.
interesting thing that you can do.
The old Amazon
If you want, we
headbutt.
can keep it much simpler, and I can just take a sword to at least one of them.
So there's
Really?
some weird options. So you've got like called shot where you can choose the hit location that costs 2 momentum. So you can do some things with that. And then there's also like subdue if you want to do like a non-lethal attack. It costs 1 momentum. You can spend 2 momentum to have your initial attack apply half its damage to the second target. Or you could spend 2 momentum to get a swift action to just do a whole extra thing. So there are ways to get like damage against 2 targets. You could say that your attack, instead of trying to hit with your sword, is an attempt to grapple. And then you could do the secondary target, and then that would be like you've grappled both targets.
That is what I was thinking.
How do you, I think
So
what you
the
wanna do
damage
is
on your
grapple.
the damage on your hand attack is less than your weapon by quite a bit, but it could still work. If you succeed, you would have successfully grabbed him.
I
Well,
want to do this.
can I
like,
pose an idea?
cinematically. Sure.
If you grapple one, you're technically trying to turn one's head into an improvised weapon against the other person.
Grappling a target says they can't move and they can't take an action except to try to escape your grapple.
Mhm.
So it sounds like Belku's thing could work if you let it GM.
I just don't know about improvised weapons in this game. I haven't actually looked into that for silliness.
Improvise means that it doesn't do an extra point of damage when you roll an effect.
This is fine with me.
Okay.
So how many momentum would it take to try to walk over there as a minor action, and then I guess I'm grappling the Pictish warrior, this one.
Okay, so you wanna grab 2 targets. So you're going to grab the first one.
Mm-hmm.
You're just making a melee attack.
Got you. Need to buy that grappler skill or talent.
This is
Both of those are successful.
Okay, so you're going to successfully grab that first target, and then you're going to spend. Well, hang on. He's in close, so the difficulty was only 1. So you generate a momentum. Now, your other hand, you can do a second action with your other hand to grab the other target. Because it's a different hand, it only costs 1 momentum, and you generated 1 momentum on your first grab. So it ends up not costing any momentum, so you grab both targets. Now you need to make a second melee attack. The difficulty goes up to 2 to grab the second target.
Got you. And I will do that.
Oh, and for the future, on page 152, there's actually a little call out about using any kind of thing as an improvised weapon. I'm just looking over it now.
I have 3 successes.
All right. So you generate 1 more momentum, and you've now grabbed both targets. They're both in a grapple. Like maybe you've got them both in a headlock. What
yes,
happened?
that is.
What happened to your sword? Did you sheath it, or did you just let go of it, drop it?
I would have 0 problem saying I dropped it at my feet to grab these 2 to get them out of Augustus's way.
All right. Keep in mind, you would need to spend a minor action to retrieve your sword on future turns.
I am fine with this.
All right. All right. Pretty successfully, you've grabbed up these 2 targets.
Do I still? I think I've used like 3 3 actions at this point, or 1 minor action and 2 actions, so I don't have enough to like bash their heads together, do I?
Nah.
Got it.
But you've got
I'm fine
them.
with just holding them so far.
As long as they don't escape on their turn, you'd be able to do that next turn.
I like how loaded that is. Rolling those dice. And that is my turn, so last but not least, I think we have Edric, or...
So,
Yeah.
I mean, as this is all going on, Edric is just gonna take the axe, the throwing axe that he threw before, and just, whip it and take it out from the skull of one of the Pictish warriors, and then come and spend a minor action to come back here into this zone and just spend another action to throw the axe on the guy at the top of this balcony.
All right.
Yeah, so that's gonna be. Do I need to spend fortune?
Okay, so it was a standard action to do a bunch of minor actions. So you moved, you got an axe, and then you'd have to spend a momentum to throw the axe.
Yeah. Okay. So fortune and momentum.
Well, you'd have to use momentum for the extra action, and then you could use a fortune to add a dice to it if you wanted.
Okay. I'll just use the 2 momentum then. Or tokens. So.
Well, actually, you can use fortune to take an additional standard action, so that would work for that too.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. It doesn't really matter, right?
Either way.
Yeah.
You got
So
both.
as long as I'll just do it for both because I don't want to take too many out.
So normal difficulty to hit would be 1. He's a zone away, so it becomes difficulty 2.
Yeah. So that's my throw is. It's the same thing, right? I forgot.
So it's 3 dice for the axe, and then it's if you've got like high awareness, you can get bonus dice on that.
Yeah. No. I mean, I have like.
What is the attribute of your awareness?
His sheet says +2, so you're rolling 2
Yeah.
extra dice.
Okay.
5. 5 in total.
Cool.
So, damage?
Yep. Roll some damage. That's a hit.
Three.
Indeed.
Okay, so
No, wait. Maybe that wasn't a hit. Your ranged target number is like 9.
uh, that might be the case. Yeah, I just don't have it in front of me. So yeah, if
So the 6 was a hit. The 11 was not.
okay, so that's a miss. Or?
Yeah. It hit the wall.
Okay,
Pretty
so I
close.
just-
Pretty close, but no cigar.
Yeah. All right. Well, I just did my best, and it just nearly almost cleaved his head off.
It's a tough shot because he's just like a little person up in the windowsill.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a fair bit of cover from the wall.
All right. Well, I think
Alright.
that's it then.
And while the two Pictish warriors are being grappled by Alva, I think I will take another shot at this guy because it worked last time. Alrighty, so. I don't think I have the ability. Minor actions can't let you increase your chance to hit. No, that's a talent. Alright.
What you can do is
So-
you spend your action doing the exploit, which gives you, what is it, like an extra dice on your next action against him?
Yeah, something like that. Then I have to spend some momentum to get all the extra stuff, and then blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You roll for exploit, right? I can't remember the exact ruling on that. I know I've seen it. You have to
Yeah, I
make some
forget.
kind of check.
Exploit.
I think it's listed on here. Hang on a second. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be slowing everything down.
I think you're good.
Exploit, observe. I think it's an observation check, yeah?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Okay. Can I actually even hope to make that? Not really, but also. I have
Character
about as
takes an
much chance-
additional time and concentration readying the next attack, seeking to find vulnerabilities in a single target's defense.
Mhm.
The player nominates a target the character is able to perceive and attempts an average D1 observation test modified for observation test by distance, lighting, etc. If this succeeds, the
being
character's
two.
first attack before the end of its next turn gains the Piercing 2 quality.
Oh, no, I don't need the piercing as far as I know. I just got a hit.
So that would ignore armor.
Yeah, that's not quite what I'm looking for. So I'm just
He
gonna take
does
a.
have armor on, so ignoring the armor would help.
We're getting lucky. Let's just get lucky. Let's see. Can I take a doom to add a die?
Yeah.
You know what? Can I take 2 doom?
You got it.
Let's make this fun. All right, 4 die it is. Trying to hit. 2.
That's
two,
right.
two.
No, that was the target. All right.
Yes, and a 19, which is unfortunately a complication in this case.
All right. So he's going to do an acrobatics to try to get out of the way, and he does. He does.
Wow, he does really well.
And your complication is complication.
Boom.
All right. In the let's see. The shaman, he's going to shout something at one of the Pictish warriors. Some sort of like magical words that you don't quite understand. And this Pictish warrior here is going to begin to transform.
Oh.
All right. So his skin is darkening and he's like swelling up.
Classic priapism.
A weird complication, I know, but that's what happened.
Interesting. Sorry, Alba.
All right, did everyone go?
Yeah, I think everyone.
Okay. So at this point, this Pictish warrior here, he's going to continue to grow larger and larger. And now he's like kind of a hulking mass, so I'm going to roll to escape, and he gets an extra die on it. He gets 1 success. Are you going to try to oppose it? So this would be like for Ailby, if you want to spend a momentum, you could try to oppose this as a reaction.
She's AFK.
No, that's right. I wonder if it would cost anything, actually. I don't know. I haven't seen any clear, like, grappling rules.
I am back. Sorry if I missed anything.
So,
yes, so we had a complication, and with the complication, the witch doctor told one of the guys you're holding some secret to unlock the universe and have really good gains.
Mm-hmm.
And so he literally got huge, his skin turned dark, and he got an extra die roll against trying to escape you.
Ooh, did he win it?
I don't know, it's opposed, so you get to either let him go on your own volition or battle him.
I think
I'm
maybe
done.
with
Let's
grappling,
battle.
it's automatically an opposed roll, so I think you just have to roll it, and it doesn't cost anything.
Okay. I wanted to roll it anyway, so that works. Let's see. So it's opposed grappling. So is it still just a melee, or
Yeah.
would it be a? Okay. And 2 die, right?
Or you could try an athletics. I don't know. Whatever's better for you.
Melee is the best thing, and I will. Though honestly, that dice is fine. That is 3 successes.
3 successes. All right. You're a better grappler than he is. Even though he's huge, it didn't give him enough strength to break out.
It's no match for my hugeness.
The other grappler, he's assisting, and he gets 1 success, but it only reduces you down to like 2 successes, so you still beat him.
You would see, as Alba is struggling against whatever this nonsense is, her face go from being, this probably being a bit of just, like, tired for her. It would shift from that tired expression to, full on just, what is happening right now? A little bit of help would be appreciated. This guy is magical in my arm. I don't like it.
What do the rest of the Pictish warriors do?
Their action was to try to escape the grapple. They're done.
So it's our turn?
Yep, it is your turn.
Okay, if nobody minds if I take it first?
Go ahead.
I am going to very angrily shout at this motherfucker in the house. The power of Set compels you. Fall!
You're testing his resolve. Dun, dun, dun. Here, I'm going to spend 2 Doom.
2 successes.
Alright, he's got 2 successes as well.
Okay. Then I'm going to spend... Actually, can I spend Fortune to take another action?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to spend this Fortune. And I'm going to do it again.
Alright, the difficulty goes up by 1, though. So let's see, it was difficulty 1, then it was difficulty 2 because it's 1 zone away. So this will be difficulty 3 for second action.
Jesus.
I know, right? You might want to spend a momentum or 2.
We believe. Or take some doom.
Yeah, you could do that too. I just spent some.
Every doom is 1 more die. You can take up to 3 doom right now and roll 5. That'll teach you.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to spend 2 momentum to roll 4 dice because I really want this guy dead.
Alright, you need 3 successes on 4 dice. You can
We
get up to
believe in
8.
you.
Okay, that is 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Alright. So 2 momentum is generated, and you roll some damage on his resolve.
Great. is 5 damage.
Okay. You've tested his resolve enough to give him mental trauma, and he will fall screaming from the window and break his neck upon the ground.
Aha!
Blah.
He falls in his own stream of goop.
Oh,
I figure,
a
I figure
tremendous
that
victory.
as a wizard, he's my job to take care of. So
Okay, everybody gets fortune. Here's one,
Yay.
here's one, here's one, and here's one.
Huzzah! Delicious.
Thank you.
what's the fortune for?
The midway fortune. We've been playing for a couple hours.
I appreciate it.
I made a little list. I was like, all right, everybody gets fortune at set intervals, so it's going to be like at the halfway point, everybody gets a fortune. You'll also be able to buy one by failing a skill test automatically. And then, what was the third way?
Feels like something you'd get from defeating a mini boss or something.
It's like for good RP, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Was anybody exceptional here? Who? Let's vote on it. Who do you think did the best here?
Exceptional.
Who's the
Trying to think
MVP
who-
from this encounter?
I think Rowana, because she did not lift a finger and somehow ended up unscathed and won the day.
Sleeping characters don't count.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Who did what? I really like how Edric started when he came in and just slashed everyone apart in one nice ride by on his horse, took off 2 heads. That was
Yeah.
nice.
I'm gonna say Edric too.
Okay then. So Edric, you
But
get
also-
fortune and you get 50 XP.
Huzzah. I also appreciated Alva trying to go for the classical skull bonk. It always takes so much setup in games. It's hard to make that work outside of books and movies.
There's a lot of steps, way more than you'd think.
Yes.
Oh, can I just add a bit to the end of the fight, just a tiny bit of the sorcerer guy falls dramatically into the
Into the what?
The cloud of
the
acid,
cloud of yeah.
and he melts in his own stream.
It's just like you see, I can see the old 80s effects of just like it is a dyed smoke cloud that you can't see anything through, so the body just falls and you see like a puff go out and it's gone for.
An ironic
Yeah.
way to die.
They gave the special effects to the interns, so they really got into making the skull melt and everything.
I run over and drag his body out of the acid fog. I don't care if it takes damage. If I take damage to do it,
Why?
For the
Come on.
heads.
help!
Getting those scalps.
I think this guy has enough paraphernalia that you can take back like a mask or anything and also prove it.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to go for like the skull.
Don't kill yourself. Don't
Sorry.
run into the.
My
the
goal
chunk.
was for the green poof of smoke, not for the maiming of the bodies.
All right, Rowana starts to wake up, and she says, what's going on? How did I get here? Who are you people?"
Knocking over all your donkeys.
Calm down.
Still
Knocking
two
over the
Pictish
horses.
warriors. There's still 2 Pictish warriors alive.
Where?
Right here.
In my arms. One of
I
them's a
guess-
demon.
I guess technically, but honestly, like they pose no threat without the witch doctor.
Maybe.
I think
Something's gone crazy with this guy. He's all bloated and dark.
if I may, I won't spend my action yet. I'll be wrestling these guys and gesture to, let's see, Apophis has already done stuff. I don't think, no offense, Edric, but I don't think you can console a scared child. So gesture to Augustus, like, handle this while I'm wrestling a demon in my arms.
I'm
Don't
going,
worry.
I'm going to shout to Rowana, stay exactly where you are. We're taking you to safety.
Oh, what's happening?
What is happening?
Oh, the goop got attached to Edric.
The goo.
Oh,
no.
save. Oh no.
Edric is
Oh.
pissing all over everything.
Oh god.
It's all right. I'm okay.
The scoop stream now.
Make it stop. Anywho.
If dealing with Rowana is not how anyone's gonna spend their action right now, I can guys in my arms.
Yeah, let's get this to narrative time. Bash their heads in hard enough that they both pass out.
That is the goal, yes. So I think I'm gonna follow what Velku said, unless you have better rules, GM, of using the one on the right's head as an improvised weapon against the one on the left.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
So melee roll.
I'll give it the stun feature, and so like it's improvised, so it doesn't do any damage on an effect, but it does cause the stun on the effect roll.
Okay. I'm just going to do. How many difficulty do you think that is? If it's more than 2, I need to roll more die.
We'll just say it's a regular difficulty 1 melee attack at this point.
Okay. 2 die. There we go. That is 3 successes.
All right, you succeed.
Nice.
Roll some damage.
Yeah.
Technically, it's 2 combat dice for improvised weapons. Technically, plus whatever you add from your.
Okay,
From
so
Braun.
that's 2 plus 3.
She adds like 4 from Braun, so it's gonna be a lot
3.
of dice.
But yeah.
3. All right, it's still a lot of dice.
5 damage.
Oh, well, that's enough to squash this Pictish warrior's head.
You know
Good
what? I'll
deal.
take it, and then I just get stuck with the other guy still in my armor. Like,
So the bigger
oh.
mutated Pictish warrior, like he's just got the brains of the first Pictish warrior on the side of his face, and he just looks angrier now.
yeah, something tells me he doesn't actually mind this so much as like it's disrespectful, but not to the guy whose brains it is.
This is. All right. Did you do anything else with that turn?
No, I think that's good. I think that's what I got.
All right. So it's either Edric or myself, but I think Edric might be able to actually end this faster than I.
Alright, well then I'll just go up to her and just go and look at the Pictish warrior that she has in a headlock and just kind of grab his head and just try and like take it out from her grasp.
Oh, I'll hand it off to you if that's something that mechanically happens. It's like, you got this, you got this.
I mean, yeah. Just try to make it. Alright. So what would that be like?
Are you trying to grapple him, or what are you trying to do with him here?
I think grapple is the thing.
Oh, we just thought you would cut him down.
Grab him by
He's
the
all-
head, melee attack, grapple.
Yeah, alright, I'll just cut him down. Whatever. Don't need to get too fancy with it. Just grab the battle axe that I missed with and just head just head.
Okay, go for the head.
Second. Alright, let's just do this. What? Okay, that was weird.
So your melee focus is 5, and your target number is 14.
Yeah. Oh, okay, it's 14, so
So that means 16 and
That's
17 are bad rolls, but the 8 is pretty
Yeah,
good. 8 is 1 success.
does that do anything?
It hits.
Oh, okay. So if it hits, then it's pretty bad. 1, 2. That's 4.
All right.
Isn't it 6? Because there's 2 effects.
So he's using his bare hands, which are an improvised weapon, so they don't do any damage on an effect, but they could have an effect of stun.
Oh, okay. I thought he used his axe.
So it looks like it's doing 4 vigor damage, and it's going to stun him because you're twisting his neck.
Okay. Does that kill him or?
Finish him off, Augustus.
It's not enough to kill him.
Alright, just
Well,
crack his neck.
well. He's
Hang
not
on.
grappled anymore, right? He's
No, he's
floating
definitely
free.
still grappled, but he's grappled by 2 different people. One's got him by the
Yeah.
head, the other one's got him by the arms.
I have no idea what you people want me to do here.
Just stab him.
I mean, he's mutating and getting larger right in front of you. Some crazy shit's happening.
Yeah, just maybe holding him back.
You got a bopper? Do some bopping.
Yeah.
I do have a bopper, yes. All right. So I guess the only good way to do that would be to drop the bow as a free action, and then quickly grapple up my mace. And do I get any? Is it assistance if he's being grappled so much?
No, I'm counting him as regular to hits.
Okay,
But
so
I'm not
still
having him roll any rolls to defend himself because his arms are tied up.
fair enough. All right, so I'd like to take a doom and roll 3 die. Let's
All right.
do that. Hey, 1 hit. So just roll damage right away.
Yep.
Cool, cool. And I actually have not used my melee at all. I don't think I get anything for it though. Let's find out. Nope. Good thing that this thing just hits hard. Boop, doot, doot. Incredible. So that is 2 damage, and it does have an effect. Has a couple of effects. I don't know if any of them matter in this case.
What are the effects?
One is pierce, but I don't know if that matters. And the other one is stun, which is much more interesting.
Wait, didn't you already get stunned before though?
Yeah, he's already stunned.
Yeah. I mean, you can double stun him.
In that case, let's just have the pierce go through, -1 soak.
He doesn't have any armor on, so he didn't have any soak to begin with.
Wonderful, then it really counted. Bam! So 2 whole damage. Now where's your god?
So this actually does cause him to have a wound, but because he's grown larger, it does not kill him. It's going to take more than that to finish this one off, it seems.
Augustus truly shrugs between everybody and says he doesn't know what to expect it to happen at that point.
You did your best.
Anyone else?
Did a fine job.
I think that's all 4 of us.
All
so,
4 of you have gone. All right, so the warrior will spend his action trying to break free. So, athletics. He gets 1 success.
Is he rolling against both of us or just one?
Initially against ALB to get his arms free.
Got you. And I have to contest that, correct?
Yep. Can you reduce his 1 success?
Got you. That would still be, either melee or what was
Or
the other one?
athletics. Athletics to just
Doesn't-
muscle through it, or melee to use some jujitsu on him.
Yeah, I'm gonna do melee then if I am allowed to. And yes, to craftily grab the specific area to try to restrain him, and that's successes.
Okay, so you counteract
I've held
his
people against their will before.
his attempts. He's going to use his.
He's going to what?
He's going to use 2 doom.
Mhm.
Okay. Also, does an NPC have to pay anything to make a check, like players do when they're stunned?
No wait, 3 doom. Man, this is costly on my doom. All right, so he's going to make a second action. One second, let me read this.
No rush.
All right, he begins to become incredibly cold to the touch, like his skin is icy.
Gross.
What is going on here?
His skin is gaining the effect of 6 combat dice worth of cold with the intense and stun properties.
Oh?
Jesus.
Cold doesn't affect me.
All right,
gonna
so
explode.
right now, so that's his action. He's going to begin doing that. He begins to wail and grow very, very cold to the touch. All right, so it goes to you. So right now, immediately, let's just start right off with ALB. Do you want to like let go of him, or do you want to try to withstand the cold damage?
Can I let go of him as a minor action and then stab him?
Yeah.
It's a free action, let go.
Then yeah, let's do that. He needs to die. This has been going on long enough.
Just make
and
sure that I hold him in place so that she can just stab him.
Yeah, you still have him
much
by the head.
appreciated.
Yeah.
You're getting some frostbite on your fingertips. Your hand's probably stuck to his face now.
Let's hope
I'm,
we
used to the
kill him
cold.
fast enough.
Should be alright.
Yeah, you have extra dice and resistance against cold.
That is, why can't I read numbers? That's 2 successes.
All right. Chop. How much damage?
We're gonna stab him as close to the heart as I can get without hopefully piercing through. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should have that number memorized, but I don't. Is that 4? Can I read correctly? 3 effects, 1, so 4 damage.
4 damage. All right. Bringing him to a total of 10. All right. You cleave into him, and he lets out a horrible, unearthly groan as he keels over and shatters into frozen shards.
Huh.
Does that mean combat is over?
Combat is over.
I'm gonna rush over to Rowana.
She's like, oh my god, what happened? This isn't my house.
Pictish warriors are attacking the countryside. We're trying to get you to safety.
But mister, what about my family?
Your family's dead.
Oh.
I don't actually know.
What happened?
They are, and we didn't kill them, but you don't know that.
And even when you said that, she didn't understand it. So everything's still cool. She no hysteria yet.
I was trying to move her real close. She's like tugging at your skirts. And crying and getting her snot all over your like knees and stuff.
Everyone you love is dead.
Okay, she cries twice as hard and gets twice as much snot on your knees.
Yeah.
Getting all over those nice robes.
Now, for some reason I can't stand up straight. There we go.
She's pulling you down and you're sliding around on her snot.
It's okay. We're going to take care of you.
All right.
And I try to console her.
She calms down and she says, "Damn the Picts! I'll never forgive them."
He says, "You'll have your revenge. We've killed several here today, and we plan to kill more."
She's gonna jump on top of this unconscious Pict and she's going to start like ripping at his clothes and kicking him in the head and stuff.
Just grab her and I say, enough.
All right.
It's over.
She doesn't understand what you're saying. She continues to kick him in the head.
Okay. Well,
Augustus
I can't
does-
stop it.
Augustus
heart
does
wants what it
mention
wants.
of head.
No, wait. I take it back. This is great. Rowana actually says, in Sumerian, what? You speak the old tongue?
How can you understand me, child?
All right. Rowana's now your translator. She can understand what he's saying.
Let's go.
That's fucking useful.
Augustus tells Alva and Apophis, sorry, tells both Apophis and Alva that this was never supposed to happen. She was never supposed to have any skills. Translation's not a real skill.
I'm going to check the back of the house. Can I walk through the house and check the backyard?
All right. You're going to go inside the house.
DM, I am up for you getting an extra doom for thinking of to use her as a Valhallan translator.
Yeah, you deserve it.
Okay. She is now a Herald of Doom. You get 2 for that. No, all right. So, the cabin. The cabin was being attacked by a number of Pictish warriors.
There's a mage who somehow turned a guy into a demon in there. Maybe he left something cool, or maybe it's just absolutely destroyed.
These naked, painted slayers are armed with knives and hatchets, and their attentions are directed towards the occupants of the cabin. Let's see. When you move into the cabin, you're going to see the remains of the father, his eldest son, and his wife. And there's also like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, yeah, 5 other children. They're all dead. Wow.
Everyone is dead in here?
As you move through the house, you see a number of dead bodies.
Too late.
Okay, do they look like they're wealthy at all? Like they would have anything of value?
Okay. You take a moment to observe the bodies. They look like they were not wealthy. They were probably a poor family of farmers. Their method of death is unusual. None of them have like cuts or bleeding wounds. It looks as if they were grappled and captured and held, and then they were burned in the fireplace and partially consumed.
Oh,
Oh.
I see.
they went through the whole thing, like just everything they could do.
Well, then I go to the backyard and see what I see.
All right, you move into the backyard area.
Yep. And I fall to my death.
Hopefully not.
All right.
Anything back here?
Behind the farm here, you're going to find a well-stocked farm garden. So a well-stocked farm garden gives you optimal results when you search for alchemical ingredients.
Oh, cool. I'm going to search for ingredients to make Mitra's gaze.
All right.
What do I need to roll?
So optimal means difficulty 1. And
but
if
what am I rolling?
if you exceed 1, you can spend all that momentum right then and there. Each one will give you 1 extra ingredient.
What skill am I rolling?
Alchemy.
Alchemy.
Alchemy. Okay. I got 1 success.
Okay. Yep. You collect 1 alchemical ingredient that you recognize.
Okay. Can I take the time here to create Mitra's gaze?
Well, you have a house full of corpses. You could occupy it.
How long does it take me to make Mitra's gaze?
So it happens during downtime as one of the things that you would just do. I think if you wanted to like do it, you'd probably have to spend a resting period. Like if you made camp here in this house, and during that time you could do it.
Yeah, I'm totally not making camp. I think we need to keep going to the city. You guys agree? I say
So-
that as I'm
Well, hang
out
on,
loud.
hang on. It's now like the next morning, and everybody's super exhausted from running through the night and the adrenaline of multiple combats. So now, if you want to continue on, it's going to be a another like body save. What was it called? It was the
Resistance save.
resistance save, but now the difficulty would be 2. Otherwise, you're too tired to continue.
And I do hate to ask this, just because I know there's an alchemy garden and all that. Since I'm an alchemist and since I do need a bunch of alchemy reagents, can I also take a roll through the garden or no?
Well, if you're curious enough to go back there, or if Apophis tells you about it, sure.
I do.
All right.
I imagine Apophis is really big on, like, guys, you'd never believe what we found here.
No, I just say there's a good herbal garden in the back.
And if everyone else is dead, hate to let it go to waste. Wow, terrible. That is only a 1 for me.
All right. Well, you still find 1 ingredient that you can use when you do some alchemy stuff.
Nice. All right. Good. Oh wait, no, this was on my alchemy skill. I think I can actually re-roll that because of the yes. Yeah, I can re-roll it. Would that be okay? I can re-roll 1d20.
Sure.
So let's re-roll that 19. That's more like it. Oh, I thought it was a 6. Well, that's still good. So 2 successes.
Okay. With the extra success, you can immediately spend that momentum to get a 2nd ingredient.
All right, let's do so.
All right.
Yay! Now I can have more bombs. I miss
Okay.
my bombs.
So I described the Pictish warriors, each one of them having a Pictish knife and a Pictish hatchet. So if anybody wants a knife or a hatchet, you can grab one of those. You'll notice that some of these Picts, they're painted. They have war paint on. You'll notice the witch doctor, he's got a necklace that you can take. Does anybody want to take his necklace?
I'd be interested in that if anybody else isn't.
Nope, Augustus would even point to it and say, that's a good trophy to go along with the scalps.
Yeah, so I'll take the necklace. Can I examine it to see if there's anything magical about it or anything like that?
So, mechanically, it gives you 1 soak against mental attack.
Oh, sweet.
But it's part of their religion. It's the bare teeth, and it proves the courage of the Pictish warrior having slain many cave bears. So it's like a proof of your being a strong warrior over many seasons. So I don't know if it would necessarily give you that result by wearing it, because you're not part of their religion, so you wouldn't have that association with it. But it's
Okay.
certainly, at the very least, it is a trophy and is of value, monetary value, that could be sold.
It's
Okay.
extreme proof that you killed someone who is at least a higher ranking pick than just your run-of-the-mill raiders.
Now,
Yeah.
in addition, the shaman has a scary mask. If you're wearing the scary mask when you do a threaten, it gives you an extra combat dice.
Say that again. I'm sorry, you broke up for me.
Scary mask. If you wear the scary tribal mask when you do the threaten attack, it gives you an extra dice.
Oh,
That's cool.
That's perfect for you.
well, yeah. I'll take that too.
You will look horribly out of place, but
Like you've seen
You're
a.
just collecting dark gods.
Have you seen a
and their
Hawaiian
motifs.
tiki mask? It's like that.
yeah.
It's like a big oversized mask of a grimacing face, a demonic kind of wooden sculpture of a face.
Augustus says not to wear that in public, but in your own bedchambers, in your own downtime, I'm sure it'll be a fine part of your collection.
While everybody's looking through the house, did we agree we're going to make camp here for the night? Because if not, Elva will be the first to state that this, with some cleaning up, might be the best place we have.
The count says we should push on because we're not safe. If we could awaken to hordes of Picts.
Augustus actually agrees. We were trying to get ahead of the Picts and warn the good citizens of Velitrium, but the Picts seem to already be... They already seem to have so much ground over us as is. We have to push on, despite absolutely being the worst thing ever.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it is a difficulty 2 resistance check. If you don't get 2 successes, what happens is that you're going to fall asleep in the saddle.
And
This works.
suffer a nice fall.
I am also, before we do head out, or attempt our best to head out of here, I am going to take 2 knives off of the Pictish corpses, one for myself, and hand one to Rowana.
All right. She now is armed with a knife. She'll tuck it into her
Huzzah.
belt.
Nothing can go wrong with arming children. I've learned.
She says, this is way better than the bloody rock I was using.
Then,
Fair.
I go to
So-
Rwanda and I say, we have to head out.
Where are we going to go? Can I never go home to my family? Are they lost forever? My farm, my home?
I'll do my best to join over there and pat her on the back and tell her that there's nothing left for you there.
All right.
Come, Rowana, ride with me.
All right. Rowana gets with you. She gets on the back hump of the camel.
Let us go. Up, up, up.
All right.
I'm gonna flip my fortune to roll 3 die on the resistance check.
Good call.
Bop, bop, bop. Ooh, just failed by 1. Well,
Okay.
I keep trying to say it. No, I just only got one success as well.
time to die.
Time to pass out.
One second.
Okay, do I notice them falling? Oh, I have to do it too.
Yeah, everybody has to roll. I want to see if everybody fell asleep.
Well, I'm gonna spend I'm gonna spend a momentum. If I can drop it in there, like there we go. And then I'm gonna roll 3 dice.
Okay, that was the wrong dice. There we go.
Let's see, this is resistance. Those are not good rolls.
I have 1 success.
I have no successes.
Ouch.
So yes, we all fall asleep in the saddle.
Amazing.
Basically.
All right.
I
So
kind of
you
feel like that means we're not even moving.
you
Rowana
try
can
to
stab
press
a
on.
Pappas awake.
You try your best to press on, but you end up falling out of the saddle. Let's see. How many dice of damage does that do?
I thought you said it was 3 reduced by acrobatics,
Yeah,
But
you can't roll that if you're unconscious, though.
which is true.
does Rowana fall asleep? 'Cause she
3
could-
combat dice with stun. Rowana, let me roll for her.
She
She
should
could
be
wake
good.
Apophis up.
She was
She's
sleeping
nap-
this whole time.
Nah, she
Nap
failed.
hard.
She failed pretty hard.
But she's been sleeping this whole time.
She is 10 and traumatized, but still nap hard.
Okay.
All about that
She's
nap
been
life.
in.
You couldn't take the shock.
Okay, so what actually happened, since I didn't roll any damage there, but I did roll the effect. The effect was stun. So what happens is that all of you fall asleep while trotting along, and your horses gradually go slower and slower and slower. And then they find a patch of really tasty grass, and they just start munching on it. And then you guys are stunned to awaken hours later in the saddle with your horses lazily munching. They are now well fed and well rested, but you've lost a bunch of time.
Do we know where, or can we see the road? Do we know where the road is at this point?
We
Oh
know
yeah,
where we are.
they did not go far from the road. They just wandered
Okay.
just off the road to eat.
Can we see the sun? Do we know how long it's been?
It's 5 hours later. Let's see, it was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It is, you look up and it looks like the sun is nearing its zenith in the sky, as high up as it can go.
Awake to my stomach growling and just confusion.
All right. Well, you're a little more, well, you're less tired than you were before. You feel like you could go on. Everybody needs to eat and drink, though.
Good thing we have all these cabbages.
We did steal a lot of. Well, I guess we didn't steal it. We did proliferate a lot of food.
I
Where's
don't
the
have
meat?
a water skin.
Yep.
I don't have a water skin.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah, I
Uh,
don't know food or drink situations.
I think you've
We-
got
we looted,
3 days
Robo-
before not drinking is fatal.
Yeah, I don't know how long it's been.
Is there a
Uh,
nice, dirty, gross pond nearby?
This is going to
It's
be
only-
day 2.
I think maybe when I was still like in captivity, I probably got fed like some, meat and drink. So I think I might be okay.
Got you. So
So when we started last week, I did say that you guys were doing some hunting and that you had caught some light game. So in your inventory, everybody can include like one like rabbit or something. So as a desperation thing, if you need some food, you can skin and eat your rabbit.
we
Okay.
do still have a lot of the vegetable. Like we looted family before everyone died. We looted it.
It's not going to
Yeah,
help
we
you
have
with
a-
water though. Water you'll have to find. Do you guys want to go looking
Yes.
for water?
I would like to do a survival check. I'd like to dump the vegetables that we took in front of Rwana and be like, divvy this up while I go find water.
Okay.
I just start skinning a rabbit and eating it.
Delicious. It's very salty meat.
I'll skin my rabbit and eat it too.
You gonna eat
Can
it
I
raw?
assist?
Is anybody cooking?
No, I'm cooking it. We,
All right.
he said,
I'm eating it raw.
oh, I'm not eating it.
Delicious.
I'll just eat carrots when I get back from finding water.
Can I assist Alva in her survival roll? I have an expertise in it.
That sounds good. Yeah. Roll an extra dice.
All right. Enjoy or die.
Thank you.
Does the extra dice have to be lower than my skill or her skill?
So you're rolling
That's-
your
I keep
dice,
rolling the
and
wrong
then you
dice,
can
I'm
add
sorry.
you can add your success to her roll.
Oh,
Ignore
okay.
that thing.
So you roll 2 and I'll roll 1.
Oh, I just rolled 3. Like
We'll
an idiot.
count the last one yours.
Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, your luck washed off of me, I swear. But for survival, that would be
20 is a
only
complication.
one success.
Okay. You go looking for water.
I do have Hunter from being from Samaria, so it's -1 difficulty on these.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
If it was only 1 difficulty, that would make it a guaranteed, right?
Possibly. Let me get rid of the house and get rid of the board.
Ah,
I'm gonna delete some of these gore piles.
we
Leave
need
only
more
enough
gore.
for the rabbit. Oh shit, did I just mess that up?
Nah, I moved it. I moved it.
Okay.
I'm trying to get a look at the map here. If you were on Settlers Road thereabout, and you wanted water, it's a tall order. You would have to get to Bramble Creek or Thunder River. You're already headed towards Thunder River. So, just general geography knowledge, you guys would be aware that there's a major river, either if you go far to the west or far to the east, but then there's also a lesser creek that is southward. So, which way would you like to go to get to water?
We've got 3 days before not drinking becomes fatal. Let's press on.
All right.
Yeah,
I think
Velatrium,
we
it's the
we
best.
head just straight to Thunder River because it's near where we need to go.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You will get
Yeah.
to
Oh, I was just hoping
Velitrium
for-
within the day.
I was just
Nice.
hoping for like a spring or something close by, or perhaps a well.
You seem to recall there was a well at the farmhouse, but you passed it some hours back.
That's true. Okay, I'll take it.
So when you find a
Uh,
house like that, if you don't rush off right away, it's a good opportunity to grab resources, because a place like that would have all sorts of
Yep.
food and water, salt, and
Trying
possibly...
not to be like, that's why I said we should camp there, but also.
No.
Anyway.
You
You're
weren't
right.
wrong, but look how happy the horses are.
Yeah,
True.
well fed, well rested.
They are exceedingly pleased, and for some reason, none of them bucked even a one of us. So good on them.
All right, you travel to the east. Dun, dun,
Did
dun.
we lose the small group of people we were going with?
Oh, yeah, what happened to
They would not have gone towards the house where the sound of Pictish raid was.
They
would
left
have.
us.
They would have gone wide in the other direction.
They abandoned us.
Oh no, does that mean we never got paid?
Yeah.
Well, you could catch up with them. They're on the road up ahead a little ways. You did lose some time, but they were
We can-
probably going to have to rest at some point too. So maybe they made camp up ahead.
Alright, if we do run into them again. We were supposed to be bodyguards getting paid to just bring them straight on through, but we keep getting sidetracked.
Well, you did fend off a raid of Picts, so you could claim that you were helping by killing the Picts that could have gone after them.
Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna claim so many things. But, I mean, just in the meta. Oh! Horse. Get back upright. There we go. Yes. Cool, cool. Also, are we... How much longer we're going to have games today? I hate to ask that.
I usually go until midnight, which is going to be in about 40 minutes.
Okay, so another 40 minutes? Sure, sure, sure.
Do you want to take a little break? I usually, about halfway, I say, hey, do you need a break? I usually go make
I
some
do need a-
coffee.
Yeah, I was gonna ask for like 10, but if we're so close to the end, I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's take a little break. I could certainly use more caffeine. I could always use
Okay.
more caffeine.
I need a water break, so that works perfect.
Alright,
Alrighty.
sounds good to me.
Be back in 10.
Yep.
Alright. Cool, cool. Thank you.
back.
Welcome back.
Alright, so the next thing that's going to happen is you catch back up with the group. They were up ahead a little ways on the Thunder River.
Oh, I don't think everybody's back yet.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, that's not right. I'll roll this dice. One. Oh shit.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Pebbles.
Alright, you're only going to find one person that waited up for you. So, that one person's like, oh good, you're back. I was afraid to go across the river.
What happened to your friends?
They were going to press on ahead at any cost. They wanted to make good time to Velitrium.
Cowards.
Alright, so at least one of your people stuck around to receive your protection on the way to Velitrium. When you get to the Thunder River, there's nobody else in sight.
How's the water look? Clean?
Yeah, the water's clean.
I agree.
I don't think there's a bridge here. I think this is just an area where it's easy for your animals to ford the river.
For your mounts to get across?
Yeah, it's shallow. It's easy to cross.
I'll just let my donkey drink off the water. We don't have any like water gorge or anything like that, right?
Yeah, I guess if it's not in your inventory, then it wouldn't be something you'd have. Seems like basic gear. They usually give that to you in D&D. It would make sense to have one. It's kind of common equipment.
I also was kind of like a prisoner or something, right? So I don't think it would make sense for me to have it specifically.
Yeah, maybe not for you. The others were just out hunting, though. It would make sense for them to each have one.
Oh, well, then I fill my water skin.
All right. And he can just drink straight from the river. It's been a while. You're quite thirsty.
I just grab it, mouthful, handful, whatever. Just drink.
How many charges does my water skin hold?
I think your water skin's got like 2 days worth of water in it.
Okay.
You probably need a couple gallons per day. Water skin probably holds 4 gallons.
A couple gallons per day? I drink a gallon of water a day, and that's a lot of water. Are you sure a couple of gallons a day?
If you were marching across the countryside, yeah. Like maybe if you're just hanging out, you wouldn't need to drink that much. But if you're hiking all day for like 8 hours, yeah, you'll go through some water.
Also, while we were traveling, do you think that Ruana, like as we were translating, do you think she would have taught me like a few phrases in Aquilonian, or no?
Roll a linguistics test. What's that? 2 successes? Just one?
1 second, it's loading in. The PDF keeps on like disappearing and stuff. Okay, it's
Your linguistics is a target of 6.
yeah, it's 6.
So that's pretty good. That's actually 2 successes. All right, so
Okay.
you gain 2 pieces of Aquilonian knowledge. Like it can be any 2 things that you want. You should probably like make a little list of phrases that you know. Like keep a little notebook.
All right.
It can be anything. Like let's start with some basic stuff. Like she probably told you how to say like I have to go to the bathroom
Yeah.
or
Here,
I don't know. What's another like really basic thing you could learn?
Thanks.
Eh,
Probably like phrases.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably just like like,
Like, what's a question you would have asked for her to translate for you, and that'd be something you'd know?
probably friend or foe.
All right, that's a good one. All right, so she teaches you the difference between friend and foe.
And thank you. That's pretty much it.
All right. So yeah, keep notes about that stuff, and then also if you do like during a carousing thing between adventures, you can pick up a language.
Makes sense. Yeah.
But in the meantime, some basic phrases. Anybody can learn a few simple basic phrases like "Where's the bathroom?"
I threw you off your donkey. I'm sorry. Trying to put you back on.
Don't worry. I keep falling myself for some reason.
Damn it, I can't nail it.
There you go. He's backwards, but it's alright.
Here. There you go. You can use Q and E to rotate him.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, I was wondering.
All right. Apophis.
Yes.
You get like a weird sense. A 6th sense. Roll a lore check.
Roll or check. Okay.
Or possibly not lore, sorcery. If sorcery's better, you might want to do sorcery.
Oh, I'm doing sorcery then.
What we doing sorcery for?
I don't know. I got 2 successes.
Okay, with 2 successes, you feel like you're being watched, but not by somebody's physical form, by somebody's astral form.
Ooh.
Interesting. We reached the river. You can drink and fill your water skin.
Gotcha.
All right. Your animals are thirsty as well. They're drinking at the waterline.
Did we catch back up to the other refuge?
Yeah, only one person waited for us.
Yeah, the others were scared and pressed on.
That's fine.
All right. 3 of the animals raise their heads and perk their ears with alarm.
I say, we're not alone.
I dismount my horse,
Same here.
For preparing for a fight.
I just
There's
look
some-
around, scouting the area.
There's an astral presence. You won't be able to see him.
I ask,
Rowana.
yeah, ask Rwana what astral presence means.
I can hear her stuttering and trying to figure out either what astral presence in Aquilon means, let alone how it.
Maybe that wasn't the correct person to ask.
No, I mean she's your translator. You gotta. If she just, I imagine the scene of like, and Elva would try to step in for her and explain in Aquilonian that it's like a ghost. So
Okay.
she could do something like that.
Mm.
Ninja.
right. Does anybody want to do something?
We
No.
should probably wait for Augustus to get back.
I am here. I am curious, what do we do with an astral presence?
Your guess is as good as mine. Let me see. Do I have any way of detecting an astral presence?
Probably
Like,
not.
Do we know it's here or no?
You just feel like you're being watched from the spirit world.
Like all of us, or just Apophis?
Just me.
Well, the party's being watched, but he has sorcery, so he's got more of a sixth sense for this kind of thing.
Nope.
But he shared with us that we are not alone and the animal. So,
The animals are a little bit spooked. They're getting skittish.
We should
Uh,
continue on to Velitrium, but we're being watched. But know that we're being watched.
why would anyone be watching us?
It's a good
Strange.
question.
Then I suppose Aelva would get back on her horse and we'd continue riding.
All right.
To Velitrium.
You ford the river, and you cross the plains to Velitrium. Velitrium, the capital of this part of the world here of Westermark.
Huzzah.
Being a capital city, Velitrium has tall walls, many buildings, a thriving economy, a full regiment of Aquilonian troops. They have a barracks, they have a tower where some lesser nobility of the Aquilonian hierarchy, they have their base set up. Sort of a base of operations that used to be used for war, but recently they've changed over to more of a agriculture kind of thing. They haven't had to deal with Picts in a long time.
Would I know who to talk to about selling scalps or cashing in on the pick bounties?
You'd want to go to the Aquilonians.
Yeah, I mean, but
To the
specific
to the barracks to
or-
find a magistrate, a commander, or something.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna head over there if anybody wants to join me.
I would probably go and just look for like a tavern or something just for some ale.
Yeah, just inside the front gates, there's a main street, and on that main street, you will find several buildings ranging from inns to taverns.
I'll
Well,
go
we'll meet up at the tavern then.
All right.
All right, yeah, I'll wait for him to meet with the commanders.
I am going to, like, as Apophis is riding away on his camel, I'm going to, like, physically pick up Rowana and be like, Hup,
Whoa, 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 whoa! What?
you need to take her with you to turn in picks, to turn in scalps.
She needs to learn
About turning in scalp?
about making money. Yes.
Augustus scoffs as how making money is doing work. Outrageous.
And then I just chime in like it'll build her character.
Alright.
Rowana is actually pretty keen on the idea of killing Picts and collecting their scalps in the future. She really hates them now.
That's fair, but these are already dead and you're not making a penny. But you guys do you. I guess I'll
Yeah.
go with Edric and hang out either hang. Oh, did
You
my
gonna
mic
go to
out?
the tavern?
Yeah.
I want to go find an inn we can stay for the night, and I think,
All right.
or the inn is the best place to start for that.
Yeah.
We'll do that, and I just want to go and just ask around and see what the most rowdy tavern is.
Okay. Well, at the end of the main street, there's a side street. And the side street goes down to where there's like a back alley. And if you follow that back alley, it takes you to the seedy part of town, the seedy underbelly of town. And there, you can go for drinks, but watch your coin purse, because there will definitely be some criminals and some pickpockets and things down there.
Well, I don't have any coins, so I'm gonna be all right.
All right. They might not
Alright.
mess with a giant barbarian anyway.
So everyone else is broken up. In that case, Augustus is actually trying to find out, do these people know that the Picts have overrun Fort Tusculan?
Okay, if you ask some of the locals, they'll say, yeah, the rumors say that the Picts are invading. Ah, it's war again. It's been a generation or two since the war with the Picts. They were driven into the northwest, into the mountains, off into the mountains. But it seems they're back. Back, and the old blood feuds are at it again. There'll be blood for sure.
Excellent. And then I would like to know if this person knows who's actually in charge so we can talk about something. Some sergeant or otherwise, like, low-ranking military official.
Like the one that I'm gonna go talk to right now.
I don't know. Anyone that takes tides usually are, they're just administration. They're not usually people who do the standing of any kind of armies. But if that's the same character in this, then that's awesome.
I want to look
GM.
something up real quick. Hang on.
You're okay. Because you said they have a military and it still functions.
What is +1D?
Difficulty. It's because your animal was spooked.
Ah,
It didn't end up mattering. You could just delete that. You didn't have to make any checks to maintain your seat in the saddle. If you had, though, you would have had a hard time. Oh, damn it. Not modern Greek military, stupid. Ancient Greek military ranks.
And we don't have to get too into the weeds of that. I just need to know, is the same character that Apophis is going to visit the same person that we would want to relay that the Picts took the fort in a bewildering number of bodies, and that they have absolutely amassed plenty of commanders and a massive militia. That they are coming to, that no doubt they need to be met and away from Vilitrium's walls, especially if they expect the city to sit so pretty.
did I start out with any gold?
Your sheet
should have
does
started
say,
with
yeah, it should.
Oh yeah. I got.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it looks like there is a supreme commander. They call it a Polemarchos. That's the highest ranking man in town here, but you probably can't get a meeting with the Polemarchos right off. You might have to go through one of his lessers, like a general or a brigadier. They're
Yeah,
called
that's
the
what I'm
Strategos or the Texiaros.
Yes. Yeah, that's all I'm looking for. Somebody to relay a message. I don't think I'm getting a high seat with the High Governing Council yet.
Okay, so you can
That
go
would be-
to any soldier, and that soldier will take you to the ranking officer, which would be the Strategos.
Excellent. And kind of what I just said. Let's paraphrase all that again, and just tell him, or tell the Strategos that we witnessed an absolute bloodbath as Fort Tusculon fell with very limited resistance.
What's your story? Why were you there?
We were there on the hunt from one camp of Picts to the next, trying to go there for otherwise good work, and we had rescued a few people along the way who actually are indebted to us. I don't know if we should leave the tide with you to come pick it up, or what's
Okay.
the best way you do things here.
So, Apophis, you want to turn in all those scalps. How many did you have?
25.
25. Ooh.
And the necklace.
All right. The commander's got no interest in your necklace, but he'll take those 25 scalps as proof that you have defeated a large number of Pictish warriors.
Well, the necklace is proof that I got a boss one.
Correct.
Basically.
Correct. But it is like you'd want to go to a merchant to sell that.
Okay.
I mean, you could count it as like just one extra. That's fine.
Okay.
So 26.
And are we all talking to the same person? I just want to understand where we are in space.
26 gold.
Yeah, this is the same guy.
Okay. Awesome.
That's why I brought up Apophis, because I figured like you were both going to the same person for the same general information.
So I got 26 gold.
No, I was trying to do the math. It's not gold. He gives you a copper per scalp. He gives you 1 gold for the necklace guy. So, like 26 divided by 4.
Are you sure there's copper in this game?
Yeah. Well, it's a bronze coin actually.
Yeah, there's 3 denominations of coin. Not on the sheet, but in the book.
Hang on. The math is a little sketch. So, hang on. 26 doesn't divide quite equally. Because that would split in half to 13, so it would be like 13 silver. But then you'd have like, let's see, from 12. So that would be like 6 gold. So what you actually get is a purse with 7 gold coins and 1 silver. All told, pretty good money for a number of lesser picks.
7 gold and 1 silver.
7 gold and 1 silver.
Okay, so I've got 15 plus 7, that's 22. G. 1 silver piece. Okay, cool.
Now hang on. The Strategos, he's going to eye you up and down, and he's going to say, "You look like a competent man of wisdom and intelligence. We could definitely use a person with your intellect in devising battle plans and working out strategies to defeat the Picts in the coming war. Would you be interested in working as a mercenary under the army of the Aquilonian Empire?"
I'd have to discuss that with my associates.
Yes, gather your allies if they would like to serve the army of Aquilonia. We would gladly pay you a regular payment for doing mercenary work in the field here. We will need competent allies to do tactical missions in enemy territory. If you've already just come from enemy territory and defeated several enemies, as you've demonstrated with these scalps, then you should have no difficulty going back into that same land to gather intelligence and possibly strike at some important targets that we don't want them to have any control over.
I'll propose this to my associates.
All
I
right.
would like to look over the Strategos. I want to hit him with the Gilded Talent quickly. I want to see exactly how much of a pigeon he is.
The Strategos is quite wealthy. He is a noble. He's a general in the army of Aquilonia. He comes from a long lineage. He bears himself in a way that makes him just like he knows he's superior to everybody. He's always got his nose up in the air, and he always speaks with a commanding tone, expecting to be obeyed.
Excellent. Okay.
He's got a lot of jewelry on too, a lot of gold.
Then I think he would appreciate it most certainly, if we're all intelligent, smart people, of course. That we would love the contract, and since we do know so much, and we are absolutely a frontlining team, and because we have first-hand experience and proof that we're good at what we do, what with all these pick scalps, we're going to actually need to see a cut of money up front, and we're going to have to talk about a negotiation on how long this contract will be. Working for the army is not easy, not cheap, and, you know, we're all very, very well acquainted with what we will need. Living expenses and all that good stuff.
All right. He's going to pull out a... He's going to pull out... how many are in your team?
4.5.
Well,
Unless you count the horses.
not counting animals or small children. All right, so he's
thanks.
going to pull out 4 badges of office. These carry the rank of... I guess it's like the lowest rank horse archer. It's like the lowest military rank. So he gives you a badge of the
There's
lowest.
actually 5 of us, and I glance back at the girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to count her though.
Okay.
So each of you gets a badge of rank. It's the lowest rank in the Aquilonian army, and he tells you that if you go to the quartermaster, this entitles you to a certain amount of procurement of needed goods and gear, arms and weapons, new horses, fresh mounts, things of that nature. Just don't overextend the army. This is all within reason, and if you give any of the soldiers or the quartermaster cause to complain, then you'll certainly hear from me and might possibly be demoted or stripped of rank altogether.
Just quickly, for the meta, does Augustus know this is the lowest rank, and does he have any idea of what makes the next rank?
So the lowest rank is horse archer. The rank above that is regiment commander of cavalry.
Okay. And let me see. I'm just wondering if there's a way I can talk this guy into upgrading at least one of our ranks so that we can all benefit from it.
All right.
Saying that we've already done something. We're not
Fine,
new,
fine.
fresh off the street.
Pick your leader from amongst yourselves. They shall be the regiment commander of your cavalry.
Augustus throws up his hand and says he nominates Alva for
All
her
right.
fine swordmanship and her absolute value
And where is this Elba fellow that you're talking about? Meanwhile, she's off having a drink in a bar.
Yes. Augustus said, wherever she is doing the work of the gods themselves.
The work of the gods. Fantastic. All right. Well, you now have a commander. He gives you a different badge for her. It's got like an extra. What's that?
Right,
What's that like little shape? You get like several of the shapes.
the triangles, yeah?
Yeah, the little triangles. She's
Yes,
got.
well, that's American military, but yeah.
Well, I don't know what else they'd have in ancient Greece, but yeah, she has an extra indicator of rank.
Excellent. Alrighty, and as soon as we find wherever Alva is carousing, we will give her the great news that she's been nominated as commander.
Do you want to go directly to the quartermaster?
I think we need to gather everyone. I don't know if they're off having fights and drinking.
Okay, so the next stop would be the bar then.
We're here. We should go to the quartermaster since we're already here.
I don't know what Alva's size is. Do you? She's like, what, too big one way and too short the other?
If you want, I actually was going to play. My mic is going in and out, and I am sorry. I was looking for a place to. I was not actually looking to browse at a bar. Sir?
Hello?
You would easily find a place to sleep. It's right in the first,
Yeah.
first.
I'm trying to
street that you walk
segue
down.
into. I'm sorry. I'm trying to fix time of. I'm trying to segue into. I could find myself at the quartermaster's place, if so need, because place to stay.
All right. Well,
Is my mic even functional right now?
it's in
A
and
little
out.
bit.
Cutting out for me.
I'm getting the gist of most of it. All right, so
And
your
the
party is
wires
going
are
to
going
find you.
south.
They're going to drag you to the quartermaster. They're going to tell you that you are now a regiment commander.
And we're your regiment. Congratulations. And Augustus will slap the patch onto you in a haphazard way.
So as a person in the military, you can get yourself a war horse. You can get yourself a war bow. The war bow is better than the hunting bow because its range is increased. That's the only difference.
What about a crossbow? Would that be something simple? It feels better. I don't know if it's actually better though.
Crossbow is identical to the regular bow. It's also got a range of close, I think.
Oh, does it not have a better effect or act as some kind of technology? Weird.
Double check this though. Let's find out.
And we don't have to worry too much because I know we're going to be wrapping up in approximately 6 minutes. But Yeah, we could do shopping off the clock and just post you, or you could post us a list of things to pick up. Also, does this count going into carousing time? Should we be
Nah,
ready?
this isn't as long as a carousing. This is just a rest period.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm
I
just
think
curious when we
I've
can
been probably
spend...
carousing, but I think I'm the only one at this point.
No, carousing's a mechanic for heavy downtime, because that's when we'll buy our skills and start upgrading with any XP we have. Correct?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when you do carousing, it's supposed to be in between adventures. So I don't know if we'd
Okay.
consider this like an in between adventures thing. You're still kind of in the middle of the ongoing war thing happening.
That is true. Okay, just double checking.
All right, so there's the regular hunting bow, which has a range of close. The crossbow actually has a range of medium. So yeah, if you want a crossbow, that's fine.
I'm sorry. I think you're going out.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Oh, I was saying crossbow has a range of medium, and yes, you can use a crossbow instead if you want.
You just got again.
Wow, the internet is dying. Can you hear me?
Yes. Of course, only when you're saying something not important yet.
Yes. Yes on crossbow.
Okay.
Put it as simply as possible. Yes on crossbow.
And yeah, I'll be happy to look it up just see little things. I feel like my character is weedy, and weedy little weakling characters usually do better with a crossbow than a regular pull bow.
Crossbow's an unbalanced weapon.
Just like my mace. That means I need two hands because I am again frail.
Yeah.
No big deal. It's cool though. You could shoot a crossbow with one hand if you got big muscles.
It's got good
Like our
range.
commander.
It's kind of expensive though. So that's sort of the high end of what they would be willing to give you.
Okay.
Crossbow cost is 6. Oof.
It costs the same as hunting and the other bow, no?
Yeah.
They're all costing 6. Even the Stygian bow costs 6.
Yeah, the fancy bow is 8. The Shemite
By-
bow is 7.
By the way, I give 1 gold to everybody in the party as part of their cut for the scalps.
You're rich. Money, money,
So,
money.
I am curious, as far as the contract goes, what we're doing. We're going to be doing basically what we've already been doing, although now we're getting paid for it. And under the military supervision, not only do we get all these nice things, but I'm assuming we're not going to have to pay for, like, basic food, housing, and things like that, yeah?
Well, the way he described it, he said, "You're in the army now, son, so you can go to the quartermaster and get anything you need. You can get food, you can get drinks, you can get water skins, you can get horses, you can get bows, you can get arrows, you can get basic swords and armor.
Can I get leather greaves?
Yeah, you can get whatever you need. They have a wide variety of gear for the military that's all ready to go, and as long as you are a member of the army and you've got your badge, they'll provide it to you. Just don't go overboard. Don't like take out like half their stock and run off to sell it somewhere. They'd get real pissed at that.
I imagine. Cool. Okay, just making sure we have a bed to sleep in tonight, and we'll be able to clean up and heal ourselves. Would this be a time to try to heal Alva's wound before we end? Or
Yeah.
Are we still...
When you rest, you can make another heal check to try to patch up your wound.
Okay, I haven't made a check for Alva at all. Can I do that right now?
Sure.
Okay, Alva, I need you and your bum leg.
He's gonna set your broken leg. Set it
That
and
bum
forget
leg
it.
has been saving you all day, but sure.
Yes.
Okay.
And I will
The,
tell Alva.
The army medics are gonna help too, so add 2 extra dice.
Oh, nice.
Is there
Excellent.
some kind of headwear that I can get that will give me a soak on the head?
The necklace is usually what you do, but see, the idea is that you make your own necklace. It's your like charm against mental damage.
So just
So
on my own.
so every sorcerer
I got,
makes their own like magical defense.
I got 3 on my own, and then the other 2 got 8 and 14. So I don't know if that adds any more success.
They had 12, so one of them got a success.
Nice. Okay, so 4 successes. That should be enough to actually patch her up and not hurt as bad.
All right. So you get the heal check. It removes your wound, and then you have downtime to rest, which will remove the wound. so that if you take another wound, it doesn't stack. Because that's the main risk. If you have a wound and you patch it up with a heal check, and then you get another wound, the first wound comes back and you get the new wound.
Yeah.
And that can
okay.
be bad. You don't want the reopened wound. Okay, so the actual mission you've got now, they want to know where the Pictish base cave is. So they want you to go into the Pictish wilderness, into the mountains, and find their home base. Which they've heard is a cave, a large cave structure in the mountains there.
Now we're getting paid to go find Star Metal. That's excellent.
But that is,
Yes.
so not only is it in the region where you'd find Star Metal on the outside, but then it's like a legit dungeon that you'd be delving down into. So make sure you bring torches and stuff. Torches and possibly a climbing kit, like a rope and pitons and hammers.
And Augustus is going to very gingerly tell Apophis that don't stress too much about the star metal. If we're lucky, those idiot Picts are going to be gathering it all themselves, and they'll probably worship it because they have no idea about infrastructure, society, or cheese. Truly cannibals, truly barbarians. And so they'll gather it all for us, and by the time we tear each one of their pretty little heads off, we'll have a big pile of star metal to celebrate.
Hmm.
You know they're actually cannibals, right?
Yeah, but again, living outside of most cities already puts you at a much lesser standing than, well, I mean, good, God-fearing people.
Does sleeping at the end heal my vigor and resolve?
Yeah. Anytime you rest, that fills up automatically.
Okay, cool.
The only thing that doesn't automatically heal is wounds. Wounds and traumas. Those require treatment.
Good old trauma.
Yep.
All right.
All right, guys. 12:01. I think that was a great session. You finally got to Vilitrium, capital of Westermark. You got
Feel
to see
good.
the ravages of the Pictish army. The Picts
That
are
was
actually doing some really dark shit in Fort Tusculum. Fort Tusculum is now the hub for a major sacrifice ritual. They're trying to kill as many people as possible to generate power for a major sacrifice, and they've not been killing people. They've instead been capturing them and bringing them to Fort Tusculum for a major sacrifice.
Is this
Oh,
just
yeah.
stuff in the meta for us, or is this any?
Well, this is the rumor going around that the
Mhm.
Picts are kidnapping people. They're taking them alive as prisoners. So a lot of people will come to the army and they'll beg. They'll say, please, you have to save my nephew, my cousin, my brother, my aunt. They've been captured by the Picts. You have to go save them. So a lot of common folk crying for saviors to rescue the people that have been captured and taken to Fort Tusculum. But others that are more cynical, they say it's a death sentence. Those people are gone.
By the way, before we go, just can I briefly talk to Rowana and say, look, we're in civilization now. We can do one of three things. We can sell you off.
She says, no, don't do that.
We can sell you to the church.
That's for the best, truly. You'll grow up with a very good education. They'll teach you how to read.
She
Or-
says, I want to join the army and fight the Picts, too.
Then that's the third option. You can come with me and I'll adopt you. I'm a nobleman, I am a count, and I can take good care of you, and you can come with me and kill Picts.
She immediately agrees when you say she can kill Picts.
Excellent. Well then, I guess you're my daughter now.
Okay. You're also going to notice over the previous night staying at the inn that she has a horrifying fear of the dark, like a really like deep phobia of it now.
Mm-hmm.
So she's got some mental trauma. She's very scared of the Shaggoth in the
Okay.
dark.
Can I try and counsel her? for the night?
Sure. I was just going to make it sort of a trait that she's got. I mean, you could help her in the short term, but I wanted to make it sort of like a long-term RP thing that she's got this sort of trauma from having sort of witnessed the horrors that she's seen.
Oh, so there's no way to heal it?
Well, you can definitely help. There's no harm in doing it, but it would be like a baby step towards the eventual healing she needs.
Now, this is going to require many, many, many months of therapy, like the expensive kind, where you actually sit on a couch.
Two successes.
But she's going to want you to carry some extra torches and make a big bonfire at night.
2 successes, so I generate momentum, right?
All right, so she actually gets some sleep, and you generated a little bit of momentum, yeah.
Okay, cool.
We're going to teach her the value of first, cutting a better contract than agreeing to the first person that says you get to kill pigs, and 2, how to gather firewood.
Yeah, those are the 2 traits I gave her. I gave her that she wants to kill Picts, and that she gains, like, the fear of the dark from having witnessed the Shaggoth slaughter.
Those are going to be really good complications when we're in the dark.
Yeah.
Wait. She didn't witness the Shoggoth slaughter.
Yeah, she didn't directly see it, but she's generally aware of what happened. She might have...
She did see, like, her family get vaporized or
Yeah.
find the...
Yeah,
It's enough.
I wanted it so that she, like, ran off and she just heard the screams behind her of her family being killed.
Well, when we met her, she just said that there were pets. She didn't say anything about Shoggoth.
Yeah.
But
Well, she was in shock. She was confused. There's a lot going on. I don't know. It's
All right.
vague. It's vague, and she's got some trauma.
cool.
But you definitely helped her, at least for that night.
Okay.
All right, good game.
Good game.
Yeah, good game.
Good game, everybody.
This was pretty fun. I feel a little bad that Edric doesn't speak
Oh
with
boy.
the rest of us.
In
Can
the Twitch chat, my buddy says child bride. He's got you pegged.
Oh no. But yes,
I
What's
was
it
thinking
called?
that maybe the child could like teach me some, Aquilonian. I think she did teach me a couple of phrases
Yeah.
here and there.
Yeah,
I
during
was hoping you
during
could definitely
downtime when you're
do that.
traveling, you could try to do some linguistics checks and acquire some new phrases.
Yep.
And then if you have a lot of downtime for a carousing, then we could possibly add a language.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna do that first chance I get.
and maybe even just even more basic than that of learning language that we can conversate. Just
Yeah.
learning enough of like how to give and take orders. Something quick that you pick up just by being in your band of can we call ourselves a band of merry men?
Yeah, you guys need a name. Come up with a group name for your little cavalry unit.
Wait, that's you. You're the commander.
I'll work on it.
The commander gets to
relinquish all
name their
right.
troops. Let's see, what
I
are some
relinquish-
good ones? I always liked the Band of the Hawk from Berserk. I always thought that was a cool name for a group of soldiers. Although if it's with horses, you might want to go with something that's got like a good horse theme.
The equestrian 441st.
There's 4 of us. I'd just call us the 4 horsemen.
The
I'm
4
not
horsemen?
Very creative.
There you go.
That'd be
Or-
fun. You'll definitely know when we're coming. And hey, if we can get our renown high enough, we can play with a bunch of displays. You don't mess with the 4 horsemen.
Yeah, well, one of these times when you cut off a Pict's head, you can spend your turn, instead of attacking, pick up the head and do a display. Maybe it'll scare all the other Picts into running away.
Yes, I saw that, but I'm like, it's kind of tricky for, like, we gotta really agree on that's something that we do.
It does take a couple actions, but it's powerful. It can really send
Oh,
a,
yeah.
a whole crew running.
I also don't know just everyone. The only person's moral compass I truly know is Alva. So I'm like, Alva's not the type to cut their head off, even in like celebration and cheering. That doesn't seem like that.
I thought she was a barbarian though.
Yeah. A
Right.
Sumerian barbarian.
I'm trying to be better.
Yes,
We haven't really gotten into that though.
like that would work with Edric. Oh, that would absolutely be like Edric's signature move. I could see that right off the top, just because of how strongly barbarian you still are.
All right.
You're riding your horse upside down.
Before we go, I want to do another vote. So, who else excelled and deserves 50 XP? You're all gonna get 300, but who else deserves a bonus 50?
I think Augustus did a lot of good talking
All
and
right.
talked us up in getting a bunch of things.
That is true. That is true.
It is also very much his character.
Does everyone agree?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So you get a bonus 50. And everybody else that gets the regular 300 for getting to Velitrium.
Cool.
So I think
we're holding...
2 of you got 350 today, and 2 of you got 300. I think if we got more done, I would, like, I'm trying to do, like, 50 per scene. So if we got through more scenes, I would do more of those.
Mm.
No, you're fine. Sometimes combat can go really fast as we all just like run through and behead everyone, and then sometimes it's just a couple of misses and slows it down to a crawl.
Well, I feel like as we get more familiar with our characters, we'll get better at like doing the rolls real quick and calculating like what exactly happens. And when we get good at it, when we can blaze through it, like I feel like combat in this is real snappy.
It is.
Especially on my side, like as the DM, the way you cluster enemies and just roll 1 dice for each one is ultra simple.
Mm-hmm. It can get a little crazy when we have both fate and when we have fate, doom, and momentum that we can be spending,
Right.
and we're trying to figure out like, okay, how do we optimize to get that attack and this done?
But we'll get more familiar with that too as we go on.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Let's see, how many points did I end this with? I've got 4 doom. When you grapple me, I have to spend doom for everything. It's really bad. Grapple's rough.
So
The whole
invest
stun
in
system.
Grappler.
Like
Did everybody add 1 gold to their character sheet?
Yes, plus whatever they're giving us from the army.
What are they giving us?
So the army is by request. If you need something, add it to your sheet.
Okay.
The quartermaster is there to provide gear to military men and women. So this is your chance to grab equipment if you need it, whatever you need. But it's within reason. Just like take what you need and what's just for you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll definitely get you a shopping list. I'll be happy to post it in this channel, in the Conan RPG channel. I'll give you the shopping list over the week, just so like I probably just need 1 weapon, a handful of survival stuff, and maybe light armor. Who knows?
Sure.
We'll see that. I'll have to see exactly what makes sense and what is reasonable.
Yeah, armor's easy. They have a couple kinds. They got the heavy armor for the head and torso. They've got the leather jacket that covers arms and chest. They've got the greaves that do the 1 on each leg. They've got the brigandine where it's 2 for everything across the board. I think if it has the helmet with it.
Yeah, it's you got your brigandine jacket for arms and chest, and then your trousers for legs. I don't see a helmet.
Sorry, what?
What's up?
Can I wear brigandine?
I don't know
Light
if there's
armor,
anywhere in the rules that say you need like a proficiency in armor or anything like that. I don't know. Did you see anything like that?
I didn't.
The only thing I saw is qualities. You'll have like it's heavy, noisy, or very heavy, and I don't think it'll affect your sorcery at all.
I think heavy means you need 8 brawn, right?
Something like that. Heavy is exhausting and difficult to do anything in that's not combat. Noisy is it reduces or it increases the stealth by 1. And very heavy is both noisy and heavy all in 1. But it does increase your courage by 2 if you're wearing a full suit of very heavy armor. So that's cool.
Ooh, that's bad actually. You do not want to get fatigue. Fatigue's really bad.
Yes.
Mm.
But again, armor should be literally only fighting. That's why somewhere between like because we're both doing exploring and a bit of fighting. So we're somewhere between like heavy clothing and light armor right now. Which
So
would be
what's the strongest armor that I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you're fine.
What's the strongest armor that I can wear that isn't heavy or loud.
Well,
Hmm.
technically, you can get the heavy armor for just sleeves and legs. So your arms and legs have 3, and they're just noisy. They're clanky, but they don't give any serious penalty. And then you could throw on a brigandine chest, so that you're covered for most problems.
Hey, if it's all right with y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and drop out.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
We're basically done. We're just talking about shopping stuff.
Alright.
We could all do
Yeah.
this like outside of the game.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna do it in chat later when I'm a bit more aware.
Yeah, no problem.
Apparently.
It was
I-
nice playing with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank y'all. Have a good night.
Until next
Great
time.
game.
See ya.
All right. Save
Belto, I'm gonna get with you over the week to figure out what my armor situation is.
Gotcha.